Chapter 2084 2084 before its owner aged. 2084 before its owner aged. 1,000 years had passed. The lower worlds. Outside a blue star, two figures stood in the vast void. It was a man and a woman. The man had black hair and purple robes. His face was handsome and his eyes were deep, as though they could see through the secrets of heaven and earth. Although he did not move, he had the aura of a lord looking down on the world. The woman was elegant and beautiful, with skin as fair as snow. She wore a pale yellow robe. The robe was a little old, and its color had even slightly faded to white. However, it could not conceal the dignified and graceful aura of the woman. The man and woman stood in midair. From afar, they looked like an immortal couple. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo brought Ji Yaoshua around many minor kiliocosms and saw many novel civilizations, various living beings, and fascinating structures. Each time the two of them arrived at a minor kiliocosm, they would choose to integrate into it and transform into the appearances of natives to experience various lifestyles. Even after 1,000 years, the two of them had not explored all the billion minor kiliocosms. However, the two of them had seen and experienced too much in the past 1,000 years. It was novel and interesting to try out different lives. The only thing that did not change was that the two of them were always together. In a minor kiliocosm, Ji Yaoshua saw a civilization that was completely different from Tianhuang mainland. In that minor kiliocosm, humans were still weak. However, technology was extremely advanced, and they controlled all sorts of large mechas to fight against various ferocious beasts. With Su Zimo's help, Ji Yaoshua managed to infiltrate the community with ease and attempted to control those massive and clumsy mechas to fight alongside other humans. That was an unprecedented experience. It was a civilization that had never been seen before either. Everything was new and interesting. In another minor kiliocosm, it was the world of magic. This was another cultivation civilization that was different from the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and martial Taoists. In that small kiliocosm, there were all sorts of mages who could control the four elements of water, fire, wind, and earth to condense all sorts of powerful magic. Those magic had different types such as fire, frost, thunder, darkness, spatial. When cultivated to their limits, each of them could topple mountains and overturn seas, shaking the world. Some of the magic could even synthesize rocks into gold. In that minor kiliocosm, Ji Yaoshua became a female mage. Although she did not understand the Tao of magic, she could make use of dermic arts to deceive everyone. No matter what went wrong, Su Zimo would always take care of it. Some minor kiliocosms cultivated battle chi, while others were filled with sword cultivators. There were also some minor kiliocosms that had almost no cultivation civilization. For example, there was almost no cultivation civilization on the blue star not far away from the two of them. Even if there were, the cultivators on this star had extremely low cultivation realms. In fact, there were very few people who managed to form a core. Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshua lived on this blue star for a period of time, and even joined a college similar to the cultivation sects of Tianhuang mainland. However, the schools on this star did not impart any cultivation dermic formulations, but all sorts of knowledge. There were many moving iron chests on the star that could contain many people. Although the humans on this star could not fly on their own, they thought of various methods and developed many tools to help them soar in the skies. Here, the most mysterious thing was a little messenger object. Even if they were thousands of kilometers apart, two people could converse right away as though they were facing one another. On this star, the two of them were like a couple or bosom buddies. They enjoyed a pure love as they experienced this unique civilization and the emotions of mortals. The spirit chi here is too thin. Ji Yaoshua looked at the blue star. With such thin spirit chi, it's almost impossible to cultivate even if there are any dermic formulations. It's only logical that this star would develop such a civilization. Su Zimo nodded. However, in the history of this star, there was an era with rich spirit chi around hundreds of millions of years ago, known as the Cambrian period. From that period onwards, because of the rich spirit chi, the life on this star welcomed a Big Bang and gave birth to all sorts of living beings. Among them, there was no lack of gigantic and violent ferocious beasts. Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshue learned this knowledge from the schools on this star. However, due to a huge catastrophe, almost all the living beings on this star went extinct and the spirit chi gradually dried up. As the spirit chi thinned, the bodies of many living beings shrank gradually and eventually became like this. Su Zimo paused for a moment. However, in this land called China, there seemed to be some extraordinary cultivators who left traces in the pre-Qin era. Actually, it's good to live here. Ji Yaoshue smiled. Although there's no cultivation civilization here, there's no threat from other living ferocious beasts either. That's right. Su Zimo smiled and nodded as well. If there's no other threats, it's indeed not bad to live on this star. Su Zimo had different implications when he referred to other threats. In the history of this star, there was an almost apocalyptic catastrophe after the Cambrian period's Big Bang. Many scholars on this star had various guesses. Actually, in Su Zimo's opinion, that catastrophe was most likely because an expert broke through the seal of the worlds and descended here. The release of dermic arts and divine powers destroyed this minor kiliacosm. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Ji Yaoshue smiled. Why don't you leave the inheritance of the martial Tao on this star? Perhaps one day, when the spirit chi here recovers, it will welcome a grand era where the martial Tao flourishes. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. All right. He touched his glabella gently and flicked his finger. A purple light streaked through the void like a meteor and landed on the blue star. I wonder who will be the fated person. Ji Yaoshue had a faint smile on her face. The two of them stood side by side and looked at the blue star in silence. Zimo. A long time later, Ji Yaoshue suddenly called out softly. Why? Su Zimo looked over. Ji Yaoshue lowered her head slightly and said softly, I'm tired. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even after 1,000 years, Ji Yaoshue's cultivation had not broken through. This also meant that she did not have much lifespan left. For some unknown reason, after 1,000 years, Ji Yaoshue's face did not show any signs of aging, just like when they first met. However, her lifespan was coming to an end. Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoshue and his eyes reddened. He opened his mouth, slightly wanting to say something. However, he felt extremely terrible, but could not say anything. The pale yellow robe that Ji Yaoshue was wearing was already very old. However, she had never changed and was still wearing it. Ji Yaoshue did not mention the reason, and no one else could understand. Su Zimo was the only one who knew that this robe was personally refined for Ji Yaoshue back in the capital of Great Zhou. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. Ji Yaoshue had always kept this robe by her side and had not abandoned it. Before its owner aged, the clothing had already lost its shade. Chapter 2085, 2085 Wither. 2085 Wither. A long, long time later. Let's go back. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo tried his best to reveal a relaxed smile. You've been out for so long. It's time for you to head back and take a look. Ji Yaoshue nodded slightly. A fox dies in its hole and a leaf lands at its roots. In the end, she still had to return to Tianhuang mainland. The two of them returned from the minor kiliacosm in silence the entire way. Su Zimo could sense that Ji Yaoshue's life force was getting weaker and her life was hanging by a thread. By the time she arrived at Tianhuang mainland, it was already difficult for her to stand on her own. She leaned against Su Zimo's sighed gently, and sensed the familiar aura of this world. She stood in silence in a daze, deep in thought. "To great show?" Su Zimo asked softly. Ji Yaoshua raised her head and looked at Su Zimo, smiling. "I've thought of a good place. Let's go there." Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoshua's smile and blurted, "Songlang Mountain Range." "I knew you would guess correctly." Ji Yaoshua smiled gently. "That was the place where they first met." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and tore through the void with Ji Yaoshua, descending above Songlang Mountain Range. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo changed into a set of green robes. He swept his spirit consciousness and quickly located the cave where the two of them had been. Several thousand years had passed. The cave was filled with dust, and no one had been here for a long time. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved slightly, and he waved his sleeves gently, wiping away all the dust in the cave. He supported Ji Yaoshua and entered. "We're back." Ji Yaoshua smiled gently and whispered. She looked around, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. It seemed like joy, but also sadness. Su Zimo felt Ji Yaoshua's body getting heavier. Initially, she could stand just by leaning against him gently. But now, it was no longer possible. "You must be tired. Let's rest for a while." When Su Zimo saw the fatigue on Ji Yaoshua's face, he supported her to lie down slowly so that she could lean against his embrace. Ji Yaoshua's face turned paler and her breathing turned weaker, while her eyelids became heavier. Su Zimo hugged her gently in silence. Although he was the eternal martial emperor and established the martial Tao, he could only watch helplessly as Ji Yaoshua was passing on. Ji Yaoshua lowered her head in a daze and closed her eyes gradually. She felt a deep sense of fatigue. She knew that she would never wake up again. All of a sudden, a drop of boiling water landed on her cheek, waking her up. Ji Yaoshua opened her eyes once more. There was a glint in her eyes, and she had more strength in her body. Raising her palm, she caressed Su Zimo's cheek gently. "Zimo, you're crying." Su Zimo's eyes were red as he shook his head gently. "I don't want to sleep. Zimo, talk to me." Ji Yaoshua said softly with a gentle gaze. "All right." Su Zimo spoke with a choked voice. "Zimo, you don't have to be too sad. Everyone has their own fates, and it can't be forced. Just bury me here after I die. We have a shallow affinity in this lifetime, but I'm already satisfied with your 1,000 years of companionship. I know that even if everyone forgets about me, there will still be someone in this world who cares about me. I'm very happy. I'll be happy even after I die." Ji Yaoshua smiled with a sparkling tear in the corner of her eye. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Su Zimo endured the pain in his heart and recalled the past. "At that time, I did not have a spirit root and did not know anything. I held the snatched storage bag, but could not open it no matter how I tossed and turned." "I remember." Ji Yaoshua smiled. "You were so stupid back then." At the mention of the past by Su Zimo, Ji Yaoshua was invigorated as well. Initially, she could still converse with Su Zimo. However, as time passed by, Su Zimo was the one who spoke most of the time. She only replied occasionally, and her voice became softer. Gradually, she stopped talking and merely smiled gently. She looked at Su Zimo with a hint of reluctance and nostalgia in her eyes. Ji Yaoshua closed her eyes slowly. In her eyes, Su Zimo's appearance gradually blurred, leaving only that upright green robe that was forever etched in her memories. Even if her soul was destroyed and she was reincarnated for all eternity, she would not forget it. Su Zimo hugged Ji Yaoshua, and his voice paused for a moment as though he sensed something. He could no longer sense Ji Yaoshua's life force or hear that gentle and pleasant voice. However, he did not dare to look down. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a lump in his throat. He could not help but take a deep breath and continue speaking, as though he hoped that the person in his embrace would respond. It did not matter if it was just a single word, sigh, or his name, Zimo. Su Zimo muttered to himself for a long time. However, the cave was silent, and his voice was the only thing that reverberated. Su Zimo hugged Ji Yaoshua in a daze. His voice weakened, and his expression was adrift as images flashed before his eyes. I'm Yaoshua of Azure Frost Sect. Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist. At that time, the two of them first met. Zimo, I've already said that we'll definitely meet again. At that time, a woman with an imperial edict conferred Su Hong the title of King of Yen. When she walked out of the carriage, she smiled at Su Zimo, and the sky seemed to have lost its color. Zimo, how is it? Right in front of everyone in the palace of Great Zhou, the third princess of Great Zhou came before him and turned around gently, lifting her pale yellow dress. She blinked her bright eyes and smiled like a flower. Zimo, today is your death anniversary. I'm here to visit you. Su Zimo could vaguely hear sobbing sounds coming from the Dragon Burial Valley. I'm now the Empress of Great Zhou. In the palace, in front of others, I don't dare to, and neither can I cry. This is the only place where I can cry without holding myself back. Zimo, you must not laugh at me. Zimo, don't worry. I've already hid Mr. Su Hong. Unless I die, nobody will be able to find him. It's just that Dragon Burial Valley, an unlucky place. Countless experts had been buried in the past 10,000 years. Back then, countless living beings wanted nothing more than to avoid it. However, a woman ignored the danger and crossed the Great Qian ruins and the encirclement of countless otherworldly soldiers to pay her respects at the Dragon Burial Valley. The woman stood by the Dragon Burial Valley and spent an entire day chatting. For a full 20 years, she visited on the same day every year without stopping. But now, this woman was lying in his embrace and would never wake up. Su Zimo lowered his head slowly and looked over. Ji Yaoshua laid quietly in his embrace. Her skin was fair, and she was quiet and peaceful with a smile on her lips, resembling a young girl deep in slumber. Instantly, Su Zimo could not contain his sadness, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 2086 2086 Qi Deviation 2086 Qi Deviation Heavenly World, Divine Firmament, Immortal Domain, Solar Luna County, Astral Sect, Main Peak, Alcade. Xia, Tianfeng, Linming, Zhuxian, and Shangguanqian were gathered together, chatting casually. Zhuxian said, "Given a quick count, it's been more than 2,000 years since we joined Astral Sect." "That's right," Shangguanqian said. "Apart from fellow Taoist Wang Yu, the four of us have not broken through in more than 2,000 years. When Wang Yu joined the sect, his cultivation realm was already lower than ours. It's normal for him to break through." Xia Tianfeng pouted his lips in disdain at the mention of Wang Yu. After more than 2,000 years, Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming were still grade 7 Earth Immortals. Zhuxian and Shangguanqian were still grade 8 Earth Immortals as well. The four of them were indifferent to this situation. In the upper world, at their cultivation realm, it would be increasingly difficult to advance further, and the time required would be extremely long, easily 10,000 years at a time. That was the reason why the four of them were so shocked when they heard that the drunkard named Mo Ling had advanced 3 levels in 1,500 years. As for Xia Tianfeng, Lin Ming, and Zhuxian, they even sent cultivators to target Su Zimo. However, none of them gained anything. The Zhuo family even lost a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Lin Ming said, "Wang Yu has already returned to his family clan with the Wang clansmen a few hundred years ago. When do the 3 of you intend to return? I've been here for more than 2,000 years. It's almost time." Xia Tianfeng mumbled, "The secret skill inheritance of Astral Sect seems like an illusory legend to me. Countless cultivators have been here all these years, but none of them have seen any traces of secret skills. Actually, the successors of the 5 family clans would only take around 2,000 years to train in Astral Sect. But now, Xia Tianfeng and the other 3 had stayed here for an additional 500 years. However, the reason why the 4 of them lingered was different. I think it's useless to continue wasting time here. The inheritance of Astral Sect might be a scam. I might as well return to my family clan as soon as possible. Lin Ming turned to Shangguan Qian and asked, "Fellow Taoist Shangguan, what do you think?" Shangguan Qian frowned slightly and was hesitant. To be honest, she no longer had much patience after spending so much time here. She was merely waiting for the drunkard to come out of seclusion, out of curiosity. However, after such a long time, her curiosity was mostly exhausted as well. "All right." Shangguan Qian nodded. "I'll prepare and head back in a few days." "Great, we can travel together." Xia Tianfeng laughed as well. Thereafter, he looked askance at Zhuo Zhuxian and asked, "Fellow Taoists, aren't you going to send a notice and leave together with us? I still want to cultivate here for a period of time. You guys can leave first." Zhuo Zhuxian smiled gently. Those words were unexpected. Both Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming thought that the reason why Zhuo Zhuxian stayed in Astral Sect was because of Shangguan Qian. Now that Shangguan Qian was prepared to leave, it was indeed strange that Zhuo Zhuxian wanted to continue wasting time in Astral Sect. Xia Tianfeng cupped fists and said in a strange manner, "In that case, good luck in obtaining that secret skill inheritance in Astral Sect, fellow Taoists." "Sure thing." Zhuo Zhuxian smiled gently, unconcerned. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from a cave abode on Main Peak, Alcade. The expressions of the 4 of them changed as they looked in the direction of the sound. The stone door of a cave abode was shattered by a tremendous force within, and countless gravel burst forth, causing dust to billow and spread. Zhuo Zhuxian's eyes lit up when he saw the cave abode. Lin Ming frowned slightly and suddenly said, "That is the cave abode of that drunkard. This person sure is patient. He's finally out after 1,000 years of seclusion." Xia Tianfeng sneered, "Let's go and take a look as well. Perhaps he has broken through again after another 1,000 years of seclusion." Shangguan Qian and the other 3 soared into the air and arrived before the cave abode in the blink of an eye, gazing over. Amidst the dust clouds, a tall figure walked out slowly. It was the drunkard. However, this drunkard was no longer as tipsy and crazy as when they first met. Instead, his expression was unusually terrible, without any color. The drunkard looked ahead with a hollow gaze, as though he did not see Shangguan Qian and the other 3 at all. All 4 of them could tell that something was amiss with the drunkard. The 4 of them scanned the drunkard with their spirit consciousnesses, and their expressions changed slightly. Grade 5 Earth Immortal. This drunkard had broken through once more after entering seclusion. Shangguan Qian and the other 3 were all geniuses of the major families. Although their cultivation had improved after more than 2,000 years, they had not reached the level of a breakthrough. However, this drunkard had advanced from a Grade 1 Earth Immortal to a Grade 5 Earth Immortal. Even the top princes of the 3 immortal kingdoms and the paragons of the major sects could not reach this cultivation speed. Something's not right. Suddenly, Zhuo Zhuxian frowned and murmured in confusion, "Grade 6 Earth Immortal!" The other 3 sensed something unusual as well. The drunkard's cultivation realm was not stable. One moment, he was at the peak of the Grade 5 Earth Immortal Realm. The next moment, he was at the Grade 6 Earth Immortal Realm. The aura of the drunkard fluctuated continuously as well. The drunkard did not seem to sense the abnormality in his body and continued walking forward. Suddenly, the drunkard paused in his tracks and spat out a mouthful of blood with a tragic expression. As for his cultivation realm, it gradually stabilized at the peak of a grade 5 Earth immortal. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Siat Tianfeng reared his head in laughter. To think that you would end up in chi deviation and fail your breakthrough. If one's cultivation realm increases too quickly and their foundation is weak, this will be the outcome. Lin Ming sneered as well. If you don't have that talent, don't even think about accomplishing it overnight. This is the limit of your accomplishments in this lifetime. Shangguan Qian shook her head gently and sighed internally. With this failed breakthrough, even the drunkard's Tao heart seemed to have suffered a problem. It was most likely going to be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. However, Shangguan Qian could not understand. Could it be as Lin Ming had said? Was it because this drunkard had cultivated too quickly and his foundation was unstable, leading to his chi deviation and failed breakthrough? Or was it because of some other reason? The drunkard walked past the four of them and arrived at a green stone at the edge of the cliff. He sat on it and looked into the distance in a daze. Shangguan Qian looked into the drunkard's eyes. There was no hint of intoxication in the drunkard's eyes. Instead, Shangguan Qian could vaguely see an irreconcilable sadness in those eyes that moved her. For some unknown reason, Shangguan Qian felt her heart wrench at the sight of this drunkard. Zhu Xian remained silent, but a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not care if the drunkard suffered from chi deviation or his Tao heart was damaged. What he wanted was the treasure in the drunkard's possession. Despite this current failed breakthrough, it helped him raise 4 levels in just 2,000 years. He had to get his hands on such a treasure. Chapter 2087. 2087 Exalted Mystic Spirit, Big Dipper, True Sutra. 2087 Exalted Mystic Spirit, Big Dipper, True Sutra. Main Peak Alcade, on the green stone in front of the cave abode. Su Zimo sat on it and looked into the distance. Shangguan Qian and the others were not wrong. He had indeed failed his breakthrough and entered chi deviation. At that time, when he was about to break through to become a grade 6 Earth immortal, he received news from the martial Tao Prime body. Yaoshua had passed away. Although the 2 true bodies were independent, at that single moment, an uncontrollable sadness burst forth from Su Zimo's heart. Right now, his Tao heart was shaken. At such a critical juncture, if one's Tao heart was unstable, there would definitely be a huge problem with their cultivation. Thereafter, they would enter chi deviation and fail their breakthrough. Actually, if Ji Yaoshua's cultivation could not increase, this day would definitely come. Su Zimo had thought about it as well. However, he had not expected that when the day truly arrived, it would still be difficult for him to accept it. Ever since Su Hong passed away, he had never felt such pain. Although he was not fated to be Ji Yaoshua's Tao companion, her status in his heart was irreplaceable. Cultivators should have severed their mortal ties long ago and should be indifferent towards the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The cycle of life, aging, illness, and death was also a natural law. Furthermore, Ji Yaoshua left with a smile without any regrets. However, when he heard the news, Su Zimo could not let it go. If he failed his breakthrough, so be it. If his Tao heart was unstable, so be it. At that moment, Su Zimo did not think about anything. He merely sat on the green stone and looked into the distance, thinking about the woman in the pale, yellow robe in a daze. Even Shangguan Qian and the other 3 could sense the sadness emanating from Su Zimo. The sadness gradually dissipated, as though it formed an aura around Su Zimo that slowly fused into Main Peak Alcade. Immediately after, Main Peak Alcade emanated a sorrowful emotion that resonated with the aura around Su Zimo. Boom! Suddenly, Main Peak Alcade shook and released a blinding starlight that connected heaven and earth, shooting into the clouds and causing the world to tremble. Shangguan Qian and the other three were shocked and looked up instinctively. Above the firmaments, a gigantic star gradually appeared at the end of the starlight and became clearer. The star was surrounded by countless stars. It was daytime right now. However, the appearance of the gigantic star that scattered starlight caused the skies to darken. What's going on? Stunned, Siat Tianfeng asked instinctively. As though he recalled something, Lin Ming's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the secret skill inheritance of Astral Sect has appeared?" Upon hearing that, Shang Guanqian and Zhuo Zhuxuan's hearts skipped a beat. From the looks of it, it was possible. They were not the only ones. Even the sect master of Astral Sect, elders and grand elders came out of seclusion and appeared in midair. The brightest star in the skies should be the Alcade star. To think that this main peak Alcade would be able to connect to the Alcade star in the firmaments. Could it be that the inheritance of that cultivation technique is truly going to reappear in the divine firmament? The sect master of Astral Sect had a grim expression as he looked at the phenomenon in the skies and clenched his fists. He was not certain what that phenomenon was either. However, such a phenomenon had never appeared in the history of Astral Sect. Suddenly, Main Peak Mizar that was right beside Main Peak Alcade swayed, slightly as well, emitting a stream of starlight that soared into the skies. Thereafter, a gigantic star appeared at the end of the starlight. The Mizar star. Resplendent stars gradually appeared around the Mizar star and circled around it, scattering endless starlight. Boom! Main Peak Alioth shook and a third starlight burst forth, connecting to a third star in the firmaments. Boom! A fourth starlight surged into the skies. The Migraz star appeared. Boom! A fifth starlight connected heaven and earth. The Fecta star appeared. Boom! A sixth starlight shot into the clouds. The Merak star appeared. Boom! The final main peak shook and released a gigantic starlight that entered the starry skies, causing the seventh star to appear. It was the Dubhe star. The 7 stars appeared in the firmaments and were incomparably huge. They radiated brightly as though they were inches away, and the surrounding starlight shone continuously. Daylight faded and the night skies descended. The 7 main peaks of Astral Sect caused a change in the weather, causing day to vanish and stars to appear. At that moment, everyone realized that the legendary inheritance of Astral Sect was about to be born. However, no one knew who would be the lucky one. All the cultivators of Astral Sect, including the sect master, were secretly circulating many astral immortal arts, wanting to attract starlight into their bodies. Even Shang Guanqian and the other 3 on Main Peak Alcade looked at the starry skies fixedly with nervous expressions. They secretly circulated some immortal art incantations of Astral Sect, wanting to connect to the starry skies and obtain the inheritance. The 4 of them did not realize what caused the phenomenon before them. Beside the 4 of them, someone was still sitting on the green stone motionlessly, looking into the distance. He did not look up at the starry skies, as though he did not take it to heart. At that moment, Ji Yaoshua had just passed away, and Su Zimo was indeed in no mood to think about anything else. He felt that nothing was important in this world. So what if he obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect? He still could not revive his kin. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in Su Zimo's mind. After so many years, someone has finally awakened me. Su Zimo did not move or reply. Back then, I died here and left behind a remnant consciousness, wanting to leave my inheritance behind. The voice continued, however, anyone who wanted to obtain my inheritance had to let me sense the same pain I once experienced. Unfortunately, no one has been able to wake me up after so many years. Su Zimo merely felt that the voice in his mind was a little noisy and wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Most cultivators sever their mortal fates and are indifferent to life and death. It's not easy to meet someone as sentimental as you. The lifespan of cultivators of the upper world was easily several 100,000 years. During this period of time, every cultivator experienced countless life and death situations. As such, they were naturally indifferent towards the pain of parting. Furthermore, if one wanted to advance their cultivation, they had to stabilize their Tao heart and sever all emotions and desires as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to enter Qi deviation and encounter the same situation as Su Zimo in seclusion. The reason why I came to the heavenly world's divine firmament in the past was because I lost my beloved and was devastated. It's fate that you're able to awaken me today. The voice said slowly, however, you're not from my astral world. I can only impart half of the exalted, mystic spirit, Big Dipper, True Sutra to you. On account of my ancestral teachings, I can't leave the Big Dipper secret skill within for you. Chapter 2088, 2088 Ambush. 2088 Ambush. Is this the so-called secret skill of astral sect? Su Zimo only reacted slightly after the remnant consciousness spoke for a long time. However, there was still no joy in his heart. Now that Ji Yaoshua had passed away, so what if he obtained the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra? Su Zimo merely felt that the scene before him was a little mocking. Throughout history, countless cultivators had racked their brains for the secret skill of astral sect. However, the cultivators who arrived were all obsessed and could not resonate with the mental state of this expert of the astral world. Instead, Su Zimo awakened this remnant consciousness because he lost Ji Yaoshua and obtained the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. This gain and loss seemed to be a freak coincidence. Su Zimo still could not break free from the sadness of parting within a short period of time. Even though he had obtained the secret skill inheritance, he was disinterested. Although I can impart the Big Dipper secret skill to you, there are a total of 7 levels to the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. If you can comprehend it to its limits, you'll definitely be able to dominate a region and reign over everyone of the same cultivation realm. When the remnant consciousness saw that Su Zimo was not in high spirits, it thought that he was looking down on this astral cultivation technique and could not help but sound proud. Suddenly, a large number of complicated and mysterious sutras surged into Su Zimo's consciousness, causing his consciousness to be in chaos. Immediately after, starlight shone brightly in the firmaments. A gigantic starlight beam burst forth from the Alcade star and landed on Su Zimo. Thereafter, endless starlight scattered from the star region surrounding the Alcade star and surged into Su Zimo's body. The green lotus true body shuddered gently, and starlight surged from his orifices, illuminating the stars in the firmaments. Su Zimo felt an unimaginable power surge into his body from his orifices, tempering his body continuously. The power in his body was also rising gradually. The remnant consciousness's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind once more with a hint of confusion. Your body seems to be creation green lotus. The remnant consciousness's voice carried a hint of shock. Even with his experience, he had never thought that someone could fuse with the creation green lotus to form such a perfect body of flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, although you obtain the sutra of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, you can only cultivate in seclusion on your own if you want to succeed. Who knows how much time you'll have to spend? However, you're the creation green lotus, and your body can accommodate sufficient starlight. In a short period of time, you'll be able to cultivate to level 1 of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and condense the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. The remnant consciousness sounded excited. On the other side, many cultivators of astral sect witnessed the same shocking scene. On a green stone on Main Peak Alcade, A tall cultivator was bathed in starlight that was resplendent. He seemed to have transformed into a gigantic star that shone brighter and brighter. That person obtained the inheritance. Who is that? I think his name is Mo Ling, and he likes to drink. He joined the sect more than 2,000 years ago. Astral sect master, Astral Rain, had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. I guess I don't have any regrets now that I'm able to witness the reappearance of this cultivation technique in my lifetime. Shangguan Qian and the other three who were closest to Su Zimo had their own thoughts as well. Shangguan Qian was the first person to notice that Su Zimo was a little strange. Now, it was proven that she was not wrong back then. If Mo Ling obtained the inheritance of the cultivation technique, he would definitely become one of the most renowned paragons of divine firmament mainland in the future. She had to try her best to get her hands on him, and it would be best if she could join her family clan. Shangguan Qian pondered to herself and suddenly thought of something, blushing slightly. Zhu Xian looked at the figure not far away and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was cold and sinister, as though he was plotting something. At the side, Xie Tianfeng rubbed his chin with a dark expression and a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Suddenly, he withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag, and it hovered in midair. Humph, Xie Tianfeng said coldly. If I can't get my hands on it, no one else can either. On the other side, Lin Ming seemed to have sensed something and condensed a greater divine power as well, targeting it toward Su Zimo, who was obtaining his inheritance, not far away. When they saw that astral sect master, Astral Rain, and the others were shocked. Although they were heaven immortals, they were too far away and would not be able to make it in time even if they intervened. If the inheritance process was destroyed, this cultivation technique would be lost completely. All the astral sect cultivators had different expressions. Some people lamented, some shook their heads, some sneered, and some gloated. Clang! Bang! Suddenly, a flying sword on the other side knocked Xie Tianfeng's flying sword away. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Right on the heels of that, a figure appeared not far away from Su Zimo. It condensed a greater divine power and collided with Lin Ming's divine power with a loud bang. That figure had intervened in time and had even managed to negate the attacks of Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming. It was Shangguan Qian. Among everyone present, Shangguan Qian and Zhu Xian were the only ones who could intervene in time. Fellow Taoist Shangguanyu. Xie Tianfeng was indignant when he saw that all his efforts were in vain. Instinctively, he took a step forward and clenched his fists with widened eyes. What are the two of you doing? Shangguan Qian's expression was unfriendly as she looked at Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming, saying coldly, Isn't it too despicable to attack now? Humph. Although Lin Ming was courting Shangguan Qian, he was enraged when he saw that and could not help but snort coldly. Shangguan Qian was a grade 8 Earth Immortal and was a realm above the two of them. Xie Tianfeng and Lin Ming knew that they would not stand a chance if Shangguan Qian stood in their way. Furthermore, the sect master of Astral Sect and many elders had already descended. Sitting on the green stone, although Su Zimo was receiving the inheritance, he could still clearly sense everything that was happening around him. The remnant consciousness seemed to have sensed something and exclaimed softly, This auspicious jade in the hands of your essence, spirit. Endless starlight scattered and surged into Su Zimo's orifices. A portion of the starlight also surged into a bead at the front of the auspicious jade. The starlight circled around the bead and flowed out, turning even more condensed and rich as it surged into Su Zimo's orifices. To think that you would possess such a treasure. The remnant consciousness was shocked. Even Daiyu did not know about the changes to the creation Green Lotus later on. As such, this king of the astral world naturally did not know about the Trinity, auspicious jade. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, The remnant consciousness burst into laughter. With the help of such a treasure, you can cultivate to level 2 of the exalted mystic spirit, Big Dipper, True Sutra after the inheritance is over. With the help of the mystic spirit, Big Dipper diagram, the power of 2-star regions will converge into you alongside thousands of stars, causing your combat strength to double. Coupled with your green lotus true body, you can even challenge grade 7 Earth Immortals. Su Zimo was distracted and did not listen to what the remnant consciousness was saying, nor did he reply. What the remnant consciousness did not know was that even without the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, given Su Zimo's current capabilities, he could even kill grade 8 Earth Immortals, let alone challenge grade 7 Earth Immortals. Chapter 2089 2089 Eye of the Storm 2089 Eye of the Storm. Even for paragons of our astral world, it's extremely difficult for them to cultivate to level 7 of the exalted mystic spirit, Big Dipper, True Sutra. The remnant consciousness said, however, with a treasure like the auspicious jade, there's a chance you can cultivate this True Sutra to its peak. At that time, condensing a complete mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram will trigger the power of all 7-star regions, and it will be enough to increase your combat strength by 7 times, allowing you to look down on everyone of the same cultivation realm. As time passed by, the starlight that the green lotus true body could absorb was gradually saturated and reached its limits. The aura of the remnant consciousness became weaker and could dissipate at any moment. Unfortunately, something happened to you just now, and there's a problem with your Tao heart. The remnant consciousness continued. Otherwise, absorbing the starlight of 2-star regions will be enough to raise your cultivation to the peak of a grade 6 Earth Immortal. At that moment, the inheritance was about to end. However, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was still at grade 5 Earth Immortal, and he showed no signs of breaking through. For cultivators, damage to their Tao heart was extremely serious. If they could not repair it, it would be difficult for their cultivation to advance in the future. Warner, I'm coming to see you. The remnant consciousness murmured and dissipated silently. The final trace of this astral world expert in the upper world vanished as well. The starlight in the skies dissipated together, and the night skies faded. Day returned to the world, and the sun shone brightly. The stars that filled the skies earlier on seemed like an illusion. At that moment, countless gazes landed on Su Zimo. Jealousy, greed, scheming, envy, and killing intent. Su Zimo was indifferent to everything. Congratulations on obtaining astral sex inheritance, fellow Taoist. Zhuo Zhuxian was the first to step forward with cupped fists and a smile. Shangguan Qian turned around as well and nodded to Su Zimo. Congratulations. Su Zimo still did not react and looked into the distance in a daze. Zhuo Zhuxian was expressionless as he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, you're at the eye of the storm right now, and you're in an extremely dangerous situation. There are many cultivators in Astral Sect, and there will definitely be those with evil intentions. Come to my side now. I'll tear a teleportation talisman and take you back to the Zhuo family directly. That way you'll be safe. On the surface, Zhuo Zhuxian was protecting Su Zimo. However, his thoughts were simple. As long as they were in the Zhuo family, this person's life and death would be under his control. In Zhuo Zhuxian's eyes, Su Zimo was now a huge treasure. Apart from the inheritance of Astral Sect, there was also a treasure that could raise one's cultivation rapidly. Su Zimo did not seem to have heard anything and had no reaction. The darkness in Zhuo Zhuxian's eyes disappeared in a flash as he sent another voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. There's countless good wine hidden in my house as well. It's enough for you to drink to your heart's content. Su Zimo remained silent and did not even look at Zhuo Zhuxian. Zhuo Zhuxian was enraged, but he did not reveal it and continued smiling. Mo Ling, You had better know your place. Zhuo Zhuxuan's tone turned cold as he threatened with a voice transmission. You're only a grade 5 Earth Immortal. I can kill you with a flip of my hand. Su Zimo still had no reaction. Zhuo Zhuxuan's expression gradually darkened. Right then, a streak of light sped over from outside Astral Sect at an astonishing speed and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Everyone focused their gazes. The streak of light was an immortal boat with 3 figures standing on it. The 3 figures wore black gold feather armor and hung the execution saber on their waists. With cold expressions, they leaped down from the immortal boat and arrived on Main Peak Alcade. Earth Execution Guards. Their leader was a grade 9 Earth Immortal. The 2 people behind him were also grade 8 Earth Immortals. Those who could join the Earth Execution Guards were top-tier Earth Immortal experts, and their cultivation realms were at least at grade 7. Greetings, Commander Liu. Astral Sect Master, Astral Rain, seemed to know this person and hurried forward, greeting with cupped fists. Although he was a grade 9 Heaven Immortal and the master of a sect, he had to be respectful when he saw the execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Even if he was an entire major cultivation realm above the 3 of them, he would still have to bow down at this moment. The entire world belonged to the king. The execution guards represented the royal family of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. In the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, even Heaven Immortals did not dare to offend the execution guards. Furthermore, Astral Sect was only a black grade sect. What happened earlier on? The leader of the execution guards, Commander Liu, surveyed his surroundings and asked coldly. After hesitating for a moment, Astral Rain smiled. It's nothing much. A cultivator of our sect triggered a universal phenomenon with his cultivation. To think that it would alarm the 3 of you. Astral Rain knew in his heart that Commander Liu was extremely greedy. If he mentioned the appearance of Astral Sect's cultivation technique and the fact that Mo Ling obtained it, Commander Liu would definitely force Mo Ling to hand it over. If Mo Ling had handed it over obediently, he might be able to survive. Otherwise, he would most likely be doomed. Astral Rain's reply was actually to protect Mo Ling. Everyone disperse. Astral Rain looked around and said in a deep voice, head back and cultivate. Don't run out the moment there's any activity. How can you cultivate the great Tao with such an impetuous nature? The main reason why Astral Rain said that was to remind Su Zimo to hurry back to his cave abode and hide from the limelight. Don't move first. Commander Liu shifted his gaze and sneered. He glared at Astral Rain and asked slowly, who cultivated what cultivation technique to cause such a huge commotion? As a commander of the Earth Execution Guards, he was naturally not so easy to fool. It was clear that the sect master of Astral Sect was holding back in his words. If it was just an ordinary cultivation, would all the cultivators of Astral Sect appear? Furthermore, the starlight revealed earlier on was way too blinding, and he could not help but recall the long-standing legend of Astral Sect. Astral Rain smiled. He's just a grade 5 Earth Immortal and nobody. Sect Master, just tell him the truth. Right then, a strange voice sounded from the side. Earlier on, it was clearly the birth of Astral Sect's inheritance that caused the universal phenomenon, because this person obtained it. Xie Tianfeng could tell what Commander Liu was up to as well. He stood out and pointed at Su Zimo on the green stone, shouting. He did not have any deep feud with Su Zimo either. However, at the thought that this drunkard had obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect and had a high chance of surpassing him in the future, Xie Tianfeng felt a surge of jealousy. Since he could not get it, he would destroy it. Shang Guanqian's expression changed, and she frowned slightly. Xie Tianfeng was trying to kill with a borrowed knife, and it was way too vicious. This was equivalent to pushing Su Zimo into a pit of fire. Zhu Zhuxian cursed internally as well. To begin with, there was more than one person targeting Mo Ling's inheritance. Now an execution guard was added to the pool. No matter how powerful the Zhou family was, they were only in Solar Luna County and could not afford to offend the execution guards. The inheritance of Astral Sect. Commander Lu's eyes lit up and he was secretly delighted. Initially, he had received orders from Princess Meng Yao to hunt down a man and woman. When he passed by this place, he saw the phenomenon of stars and daylight and changed his path at the last minute, descending on Astral Sect to ask about it. To think that there would be such a huge gain. Chapter 2090 Mission 2090 Mission. You're the one who obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect. Commander Lu turned around and asked Su Zimo, who was on the green stone not far away. Su Zimo ignored it as though he had not heard anything. Everyone's expressions changed. It was one thing for Su Zimo to ignore Zhu Zhuxian and the others earlier on. Nothing much could happen in the sect grounds. But now, even the sect master of Astral Sect did not dare to be negligent against the execution guard's question. However, Su Zimo did not even look at him. The execution guards represented the royal family of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. If Su Zimo was charged with contempt towards the royal family and killed here, no one would dare to stand up for him. Shang Guanqian had seen the heart-wrenching sadness in Su Zimo's eyes before. Right now, she could not bear to see him in trouble, so she stood out and said, "Fellow Taoist Mo Ling has just failed in his breakthrough, and his Tao heart is damaged. He has suffered quite a blow and might not be able to let it go right now. Please forgive him, Commander Lu." Commander Lu raised his brow slightly and surveyed his surroundings. Although almost all the cultivators of Astral Sect were present, he had no reservations. He was an execution guard, and even the sect master of Astral Sect would not dare to attack him. However, if he interrogated a grade 5 Earth Immortal in front of everyone and asked the latter to hand over Astral Sect's inheritance, it would definitely hurt his reputation if word of it spreads. "It's fine." Commander Lu waved it off and pretended to be magnanimous. It's only normal for him to take things too hard after receiving such a serious blow. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. "However, we're on a mission this time round to hunt down 2 sinners. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should choose a few Earth Immortals of Astral Sect to accompany us. Apart from Sect Master Astral Rain and the other Heaven Immortals, Su Zimo, Shang Guanqian, Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming, and Zhu Zhuxian were the only ones in front of Su Zimo's cave abode. The 5 of you will do. Follow me." Commander Lu pointed to Su Zimo and the others and said indifferently. Actually, among the 5 of them, Su Zimo was his only true target. However, it would be too obvious if he took Su Zimo away directly. There was no harm in bringing the others along as a cover. Later on, he would have many methods to get rid of the other 4 people to silence them. At that time, he could take Su Zimo away without outsiders knowing. Everyone from Astral Sect would merely take it that the 5 of them had died outside. Zhu Zhuxian, Shang Guanqian, and the others could tell that Commander Lu's target was Su Zimo. However, Commander Lu's thoughts were extremely deep. None of them expected that he had already wanted to kill them the moment he chose them. Xie Tianfeng cupped fists hurriedly and smiled. "Thank you for your high regards, Commander Lu. I'm Xie Tianfeng of the Xie family, and I'll definitely do my best to obey your orders." Xie Tianfeng's thoughts were simple. Since he could not reject it, he might as well agree readily. Instead, he could leave a good impression on this commander of the execution guards. Furthermore, it would naturally be best if he could contribute to the encirclement of any sinners with Commander Lu. Even if he did nothing, an interaction with Commander Lu would only benefit him and the Xie family. Immediately after, Lin Ming agreed as well. Zhu Zhuxian and Shang Guanqian's first reaction was conflicted. However, given the status of the execution guards and the order of a commander, the 2 of them did not dare to disobey. Sect Master Astral Rain's expression changed slightly when he heard Commander Lu's order. He had lived for 200,000 years and had experienced countless storms and schemes. He vaguely realized that Su Zimo's group of 5 would most likely be doomed if they followed. He did not mind the death of Zhu Xian, Shangguan Qian, and the other 2. The 4 of them were from a large family clan in Solar Luna County. Joining Astral Sect this time round was merely a training expedition, and they would return to their family clan sooner or later. However, Mo Ling did not have any status and was alone. Now that he had obtained Astral Sect's inheritance, if they could nurture him well, he would definitely be famous in the future and might even have a chance to lead Astral Sect to a rise. It would be a pity if he died outside just like that. Commander Lu. Sect Master Astral Rain smiled and cupped his fists. Mo Ling is only a grade 5 Earth Immortal, coupled with his failed breakthrough. His Dao heart is damaged and his combat strength is mostly crippled. He won't be of much help. How about I replace this person and follow? I don't need you. Astral Rain was interrupted by Commander Lu before he could finish. Commander Lu sneered and glared at Sect Master Astral Rain. The 2 people we're chasing are only Earth Immortals. There's no need for a grade 9 Heaven Immortal like you to step in. But Astral Rain had a worried expression and wanted to say something. That's settled then. The 5 of you follow me. Commander Lu did not give Astral Rain a chance to speak at all. He pointed at Su Zimo's group of 5 and said coldly before leaping onto the immortal boat. Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming followed closely behind and leaped onto the immortal boat. Zhu Xian and Shangguan Qian hesitated for a moment before hopping in as well. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was the only one left sitting on the green stone. Commander Lu shifted his gaze and glared at Su Zimo. His eyes gradually narrowed with a cold aura. Just as he was about to speak, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and walked towards the immortal boat with a calm expression. Commander Lu's expression softened as he nodded slightly with a satisfied expression. Mo Ling. When Sect Master Astral Rain saw that Su Zimo's face was pale and he was in an extremely bad condition, he was worried and shouted instinctively, wanting to remind him. It's fine. Su Zimo waved off. I'll go with them. Commander Lu looked at Sect Master Astral Rain with a threatening gaze and asked slowly, What else do you want to say? Sect Master Astral Rain sighed internally and shook his head gently. Let's go. Commander Lu gestured with his gaze, and another execution guard controlled the immortal boat. Without stopping, it sped out of Astral Sect and disappeared from everyone's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Before long, a blood beam rose in midair in the east and exploded. That way! Hurry! Commander Lu hollered. Under the control of the other execution guard, the immortal boat became even faster. Seems like that man and woman are trapped. An execution guard said softly. Commander Lu nodded and glanced sideways at Su Zimo, who was silent in the corner of the immortal boat, sneering internally. He was about to kill the couple and was in no hurry to interrogate this person. Even if managed to force it out of this person, it was inconvenient to cultivate it on the immortal boat. Once this mission was over, he would have plenty of time to interrogate him properly. At the side, Xia Tianfeng leaned forward and asked with a pandering smile, May I ask Commander Lu, what's the mission this time round? Is it just to encircle and suppress 2 people? Let me tell you guys, this mission is no small matter. It was sent down personally by Princess Meng Yao of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Commander Lu said coldly, If we don't handle it well, the few of us will lose our heads. Chapter 2091 2091 Soul Reaping Zither 2091 Soul Reaping Zither. Su Zimo chose to follow the 3 execution guards, not because he was afraid of them. However, he was frustrated and could not let go of Ji Yaoshua's departure. Even without the 3 execution guards, he was prepared to leave Astral Sect. Since he was targeted by the execution guards once more, he would let nature take its course and board the immortal boat to leave Astral Sect with the 3 execution guards. Initially, Su Zimo did not take the mission mentioned by Commander Lu seriously, nor was he interested. However, he vaguely heard the name Meng Yao and found it familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. At that moment, Su Zimo's thoughts were in a mess. The scenes of his interactions with Ji Yaoshua flashed through his mind from time to time. At times, he was puzzled as to why Ji Yaoshua's cultivation would stagnate. At times, he was thinking about his future plans. For a moment, he could not recall who this Princess Meng Yao was. On the other side, Xia Tianfeng and the other 3 were shocked when they heard the words Princess Meng Yao. The fact that she was conferred the title of a princess meant that she was the daughter of King Jin. What sort of status and nobleness was that? Lin Ming stood out as well and said in a deep voice, "Since it's the princess's request, we'll definitely give it our all. However, could you tell us the identities and cultivation of the 2 people we're encircling this time round so that we can be prepared?" The 2 of them are a man and a woman. The man's name is Gu Tongyu, and he's good at using flutes. The woman's name is Chiu Siluo, and she's good at using the zither. They're both grade 8 Earth Immortals. Commander Lu said, "The 2 of them are well versed in music. With their flute and zither sounds, they can kill invisibly. They're only grade 8 Earth Immortals. With Commander Lu and the other 2 execution guards around, the 2 of them won't be able to escape if we attack with our full strength." Xia Tianfeng was filled with confidence. Zhu Zhuxian said, "It's rare to see cultivators who entered the Tao through music. I heard that one of the most famous among them in the divine firmament immortal domain is one of the 4 great fairies, the Zither Immortal." Commander Lu glanced at Zhu Zhuxian. "You're quite knowledgeable. You've even heard of the Zither Immortal." "And not really." Zhu Zhuxian said with a smile, "Do you know what the Zither Immortal's name is?" A scornful look flashed through Commander Lu's eyes as he asked. Zhu Zhuxian shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. I've only heard that each of the 4 great fairies has fairy-like features and are devastatingly beautiful. However, each of them has their own merits." Commander Lu smirked with a mocking expression and said slowly, "The Zither Immortal of the 4 great fairies is none other than Princess Meng Yao." Ah! His words caused a commotion on the immortal boat. Zhu Zhuxian, Shang Guanqian, Xia Tianfeng, and Lin Ming were shocked. On the other side, Su Zimo gradually recalled as well. Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Back in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star where many treasures appeared, the Zither Immortal appeared in search of an ancient zither. As for Fairy Meng Yao, not only was she the princess of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, she was also a legacy disciple of one of the 4 immortal sects, Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from Meng Yao, there were 2 other perfected immortal experts. Su Zimo summoned the Azure Dragon's sacred soul in the Hell Suppression Tripod and used the dragon corpse to fight against the 3 perfected immortals, forcing them back. Just as Su Zimo was recalling this matter, Commander Lu glared at Zhu Zhuxian and said coldly, "If Princess Meng Yao finds out that you dare to discuss her like this in private, you'll definitely die." Instantly, Zhu Zhuxian broke out in cold sweat. "Commander Lu, please forgive me. I truly did not know earlier on." Zhu Zhuxian could no longer maintain his composure. With a horrified expression, he bowed repeatedly and begged for mercy. At the side, Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming were naturally gloating. "I won't hold it against you for now." Commander Lu snorted coldly. "Thank you, Commander Lu." Zhu Zhuxian expressed his thanks profusely. His face was already pale with fright just after a few breaths. If he offended a princess in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Even his family clan would be turned into ruins instantly, let alone a grade 8 Earth immortal like him. Why is this couple so ignorant as to anger Princess Meng Yao? Lin Ming asked. Commander Lu said, Princess Meng Yao once went to a secret ground to look for an ancient zither. It was the famous soul-reaping zither of the past. However, to think that someone would dare to fight against Princess Meng Yao for the soul-reaping zither. It's that woman, Qiu Siluo. Xiet Tianfeng was enlightened and blurted. Commander Lu nodded. Princess Meng Yao only found out recently that the soul-reaping zither is in this woman's hands, so she sent someone to ask for it. Who knew that this adulterous couple would be so audacious? Not only did they not hand over the soul-reaping zither with both hands, they even killed the maidservant sent by Princess Meng Yao. Another execution guard said, this adulterous couple thought that they could escape. However, as long as it's within the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, once the execution guards are activated to set an impenetrable trap, they won't be able to escape even if they have extraordinary methods. In a corner of the immortal boat, Su Zimo gradually recalled some scenes. He had even seen the ancient zither that Zither Immortal Meng Yao wanted before. So, it was called the soul-reaping zither. Accompanied by the ancient zither was a pitch-black ancient flute. Back in the abyss, the ancient zither and flute killed many Earth immortals the moment they appeared. If Su Zimo had not possessed the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and chanted Sanskrit in his consciousness, even he would have died. Later on, he summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and wanted to devour and refine them. To think that the ancient zither and flute had an extremely high spirit intellect. As though they recognized the origin of the Hell Suppression Tripod, they turned and fled without hesitation, without a trace. It turned out that the ancient zither and flute already had owners and were in the hands of a man and a woman. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled something. Back outside the abyss, an Earth immortal wanted to kill him because of a treasure. Although there were many Earth immortals coming and going, none of them helped. Finally, a couple that looked like an immortal couple appeared and saved him, reminding him to be careful. Su Zimo had asked for their names, and the man merely said that it was nothing much. He did not leave his name, and Su Zimo never saw them again. Now that Commander Lu mentioned the zither Immortal Meng Yao, the ancient zither, the dragon abyss star, and a man and woman, Su Zimo could not help but recall the immortal couple who had saved him. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to find an opportunity to leave the immortal boat. Now that he heard that, he changed his mind. The immortal couple had saved his life and were his benefactors. If the two of them were truly surrounded, he could not stand by idly. He might as well go take a look. We're here. Before long, Commander Lu suddenly said, and the speed of the immortal boat gradually slowed down. Su Zimo stood up and looked over. Dozens of shimmering, triangular flags were planted on the ground in front of them, arranged according to a strange direction. Every single flag was etched with dense formation patterns. Those were array flags. By carving the formation patterns on the flags in advance and setting up the array formations with the help of the array flags, the time required for the formation to form could be reduced significantly. There were 12 cultivators among the dozens of array flags. Among them, 10 of them were Earth execution guards. The other man and woman were surrounded by the 10 Earth execution guards and fell into the array flags. They were covered in blood and injuries. Chapter 2092. 2092 Black Light Essence, Severing Formation. 2092 Black Light Essence, Severing Formation. The man in the middle had a mighty figure, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His face and white robes were stained with blood, and he held a pitch-black jade flute in his hands. He looked a little wretched, and even had difficulty standing, swaying on the verge of falling. This man was the cultivator who saved Su Zimo on the Dragon Abyss Star. If not for the man's deep and melancholic eyes, Su Zimo would not have been able to recognize him right away. Those eyes were way too unique. With a single glance, one would even automatically ignore everything else about the man and be attracted by those eyes. The white-dressed woman beside the man was extremely beautiful, and her skin was fair as snow. Now that she was severely injured, her face was as pale as a sheet. The white-dressed woman could not even stand and slumped to the ground. The 2 bloodied wounds on her legs were shocking. As Su Zimo had expected, the man and woman were the immortal couple who had saved him before. However, although he recognized the 2 of them, they did not recognize Su Zimo, who had changed his appearance. Furthermore, the 2 of them merely saved Su Zimo casually at that time. Even if Su Zimo revealed his true appearance, the 2 of them might not be able to recognize him. There were more than 10 corpses strewn around the man and woman. All of them were execution guards. What took you guys so long? One of the Earth execution guards, who was the tallest, almost 10 feet tall, glanced at Commander Lu and frowned slightly, asking loudly. Commander Lu said with a fake smile, Commander Xiong, something went wrong on the way here and delayed our schedule. However, it doesn't seem like we're too late. Not too late. Another execution guard commander sneered. We've already lost more than 10 brothers. If you had arrived on time, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Once today's matter is over, I'll definitely report it to Princess Meng Yao. After a moment of silence, Commander Lu said, You're making things sound too serious, Commander Li. I changed my schedule midway because I heard last-minute news that Su Zimo, whom Prince Yuanzhua had been hunting for many years, appeared in the vicinity of Astral Sect. That's why I went there to check things out. Naturally, he would not tell the truth that he wanted to obtain the inheritance of Astral Sect alone. However, his words were very smart. Commander Lu knew that if he changed his schedule in private and caused a delay to this matter, Princess Meng Yao would definitely punish him for offending her. Of course, he did not obtain any news of Su Zimo. However, no one could say anything when he mentioned Prince Yuanzhua. Commander Xiong and Li harumphed angrily and indeed did not say anything more. Since the black light essence severing formation has already been set up, the 2 of them won't be able to escape. Commander Lu smiled gently. The moment Su Zimo entered the array flags, he realized that he could no longer sense the heaven and earth essence chi outside. The array formations set up by the dozens of array flags could form a space that was isolated from heaven and earth essence chi. Chiu Siluo. Commander Lu looked at the white-dressed woman in the middle and sneered. You're not bad-looking, and you play the zither well. Unfortunately, you should not have offended Princess Meng Yao. Commander Lu looked at the white-dressed woman in the middle and sneered. You're not bad-looking, and you play the zither well. Unfortunately, you should not have offended Princess Meng Yao. The white-dressed woman's hands were fair as jade and her fingers were slender. She sat on the ground limply with an ancient zither in her arms. It was about 3 feet and 6 inches long with a total of 7 strings. Made from parasol tree wood, it was black and red with an ancient charm. That ancient zither was the one Su Zimo had seen in the abyss. It was the soul reaping zither that Commander Lu mentioned. Xie Tianfeng wanted to contribute and leave a good impression in the eyes of the execution guards. At that moment, he stood out right away and hollered, What status does a slut like you have? You're not worthy of competing with the princess of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, for the ancient zither. I offended her. Chiu Siluo smiled, faintly with a mocking expression. I've obtained this soul-reaping zither for many years and am mentally connected to it. However, when your Princess Meng Yao found out about this, she sent someone to look for me and demanded the soul-reaping zither. When I was unwilling to hand it over, you guys tried to snatch it. What logic is that? Commander Xiong burst into laughter. Woman, you're truly too stupid. Princess Meng Yao is already giving you immense face by looking for you to demand the zither. Hand it over obediently. Given Princess Meng Yao's status, she'll definitely give you some benefits. However, if you refuse to hand over the zither, won't that just mean that you have a death wish? Commander Lu sneered. In other words, what can you do if Princess Meng Yao sends people to snatch your soul-reaping zither? It's already a blessing for the princess to be polite before resorting to force. Su Zimo was expressionless. He did not have a good impression of Princess Meng Yao to begin with. Although this woman was known as one of the 4 great fairies, back on the Dragon Abyss Star, she killed people just because of a few comments. Thereafter, in order to search for the soul-reaping zither, she searched the consciousnesses of all the cultivators present without any reservations and was domineering. Su Zimo was not surprised that she could do such a thing. Chiu Siluo said, as a princess, she's trying to snatch a treasure from an earth immortal while making her reasoning sound dignified. Isn't she afraid of being mocked by the world? Bullshit, Commander Li said. When the princess headed to the Dragon Abyss Star, it was for this soul-reaping zither. This ancient zither belonged to the princess to begin with. The entire world belonged to the king, and its shores are owned by the ministers. All the treasures in the great Jin immortal kingdom belong to the royal family. When the princess asked you for the zither, she was merely retrieving something she owned. Chiu Siluo shook her head. This dermic treasure is sentient and has already acknowledged me as its master. What has it got to do with your Princess Meng Yao? Sentient. Commander Lu sneered. I heard that the spirit consciousnesses of the soul, reaping zither, and fallen soul flute have already been severely injured. It's their own fault for being foolish enough to acknowledge others as their masters. The man at the side sighed gently. If that wasn't the case, you execution guards wouldn't have dared to chase after me, right? Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, this ancient zither and flute killed many earth immortals before they acknowledged their masters. Now that the spirit consciousnesses in the zither and flute were severely injured, their power was naturally greatly reduced. Gu Tongyu, Commander Li berated. Heaven Inquisition sect was destroyed because of the 2 of you, and you're still unrepentant. The melancholy in Gu Tongyu's eyes intensified as he said slowly, the princess has gone too far. This is a matter between me and Siluo. What has it got to do with our sect? Humph. Commander Lu said murderously. The sect master of Heaven Inquisition sect did not know his place, and even dreamed of protecting the 2 of you. Although Heaven Inquisition sect is an Earth-grade sect, it can't defend against a single sentence from Princess Meng Yao. At the side, Xie Tianfeng, Lin Ming, and everyone else were scared out of their wits. Earth-grade immortal sects were much stronger than their family clans. However, because of a single sentence from Princess Meng Yao, they were destroyed and reduced to ruins. Commander Li had a mocking expression. Gu Tongyu, you don't have much essence qi left in your body. How much combat strength do you have left after falling into this black light essence, severing formation, and being severely injured? 10% or 20%? You can try. Gu Tongyu said indifferently. Chapter 2093. 2093, it's best if you don't head back. 2093, it's best if you don't head back. If not for this black light essence, severing formation, the many execution guards present were not confident that they could keep Gu Tongyu. With this formation that isolated heaven and earth essence chi, Gu Tongyu could not activate the sound of his flute with essence chi, and the threat to them was minimized. When one fell into the black light essence severing formation, they could only use their essence spirits and the power of blood chi in their bodies. However, they could not release any dermic arts or divine powers. Be it Gu Tongyu or Chiu Siluo, their bloodlines and physiques were extremely ordinary. Chiao Siluo sat on the ground, limply without any combat strength left. The only one left was the severely injured Gu Tongyu, whose essence qi had dried up and was not much of a threat. That was the reason why the execution guards present were so relaxed and fearless. "Do it," Commander Xiong said in a deep voice. "Capture the two of them alive and hand them over to Princess Meng Yao." "Hold on." Right then, Commander Lu suddenly stood out and turned to look at Xia Tianfeng, Lin Ming, Zhu Zhuxian, and Sheng Guanqian. "The four of you, head up and capture the two of them." The decision was extremely sudden. Zhu Zhuxian and Sheng Guanqian were instantly alarmed. Xia Tianfeng and Lin Ming were hesitant as well. Commander Lu harumphed coldly. "The two of them have weak physiques and are severely injured. Even if they're grade 8 Earth Immortals, they won't be able to unleash much combat strength. What are you afraid of? You're not willing to grab such a chance to render meritorious services." Commander Xiong, Commander Li, and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. Although they did not know Commander Lu's intentions, they were not sure if Gu Tongyu had any other trump cards. It was fine to send outsiders to test the waters. Zhu Zhuxian, Sheng Guanqian, and Lin Ming exchanged glances and hesitated. A vicious glint flashed through Xia Tianfeng's eyes as he stood out and patted his chest. "Commander Lu, let me do it." Actually, Xia Tianfeng also knew that there was a certain degree of danger involved in this attack. However, fortune came from danger. If he could make use of this opportunity to gain the favor of the 3 execution guard commanders, it might bring immense benefits to him and his family clan. Furthermore, Xia Tianfeng had the confidence as well. Although his cultivation realm was only at the level 7 Earth Essence realm, the cultivation techniques of the Xia family specialized in body tempering. Even if he could not defeat them in the Black Light Essence severing formation, he could escape alive. Xia Tianfeng looked askance at Lin Ming and Zhu Zhuxian before turning to Sheng Guanqian and bragging. "Fellow Taoist Shengguan, you saw it too. Those two are as cowardly as rats. How embarrassing." With that said, Xia Tianfeng walked towards Gu Tongyu murderously. Gu Tongyu stood on the spot motionlessly with the fallen soul flute in his hands. Although Xia Tianfeng stood out, he did not underestimate his opponent, nor did he attack rashly. Instead, he stood 10 feet away from Gu Tongyu and walked around the ladder slowly, looking for openings and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Gu Tongyu was still standing on the spot with his head slightly lowered. He looked at the fallen soul flute in his hands with a melancholic expression. Suddenly, after circling a few times, Xia Tianfeng stopped in his tracks and attacked. Blood, qi burst forth from his body as he withdrew his saber from his storage bag and charged towards Gu Tongyu. "Kneel." Xia Tianfeng knew that he had to keep them alive. Therefore, he chose to slash towards Gu Tongyu's knees. As though he did not see Xia Tianfeng charging over, Gu Tongyu was still unmoved. It was only when Xia Tianfeng had already closed in and the saber was about to slash his knees with a gentle breeze that Gu Tongyu suddenly raised his palm. Whoosh! He had fallen soul flute in his hands the entire time. In the process of raising his palm, fallen soul flute made use of the breeze created by Gu Tongyu's slash to let out a strange sound. The many execution guards watching did not feel anything. However, Xia Tianfeng, who was closest to Gu Tongyu, shuddered and his blood qi calmed down instantly. Even his essence, spirit, trembled slightly, and his gaze froze, causing his consciousness to go blank for a moment. In reality, the fallen soul flute was extremely powerful. If Gu Tongyu played the fallen soul flute with heaven and earth essence qi, the sound of the flute could cause one soul to die. The sound of the soul reaping zither could draw out one soul and dissipate it into the world. The soul-reaping zither and fallen soul flute were once the two most famous utmost treasures of the sound domain in an ancient era. When the two weapons were pushed to their limits, the sound of the zither and flute could be heard. It could even kill all living beings in a world in a short period of time. Unfortunately, the essence chi in Gu Tongyo's body was almost depleted. He could not use heaven and earth essence chi to play the fallen soul flute. However, he was well versed in music and was extremely talented. He merely made use of the breeze created by Xie Tianfeng's charge to let out a strange sound through the sound hole of the fallen soul flute. Although the sound did not synthesize heaven and earth essence chi, it still affected Xie Tianfeng when it sounded in his ears. He paused for a moment, and his consciousness blurred, recovering quickly. That momentary opening was enough for Gu Tongyu. Although Xie Tianfeng paused for a moment, Gu Tongyu did not. He raised the fallen soul flute in his hands and released the sound of the flute. At the same time, the fallen soul flute happened to be raised in front of Xie Tianfeng's face. Gu Tongyo's arm extended forward gently. Poof! A bloodied hole appeared on Xie Tianfeng's glabella from fallen soul flute. Xie Tianfeng had just snapped out of his stupor when he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. However, this time round his consciousness fell into a bottomless abyss, and he never woke up again. Thump! Xie Tianfeng fell to the ground with widened eyes, unable to rest in peace. When Su Zimo saw that, he could not help but praise internally. Gu Tongyo's attack was filled with imagination. The entire process was fluid as water with an indescribable elegance. It was a strange feeling. There seemed to be no blood or cruelty in the hands of this person. Instead, there was a hint of beauty. Gu Tongyu did not use much strength to kill Xie Tianfeng. Even so, his body swayed as well, as though he had expended a lot of energy, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The wounds on his body ruptured once more. Tongyu, Chiu Siluo was worried. Gu Tongyu sighed gently. We're going to die here today. He was already at the end of his road, and anyone present could kill the two of them. The three of you head up. Commander Lu looked at Shang Guanqian, Zhu Zhuxian, and Lin Ming, who were left. Their expressions changed. Xie Tianfeng had just died, and even if Gu Tongyu was already at the end of his rope, the three of them were afraid of Gu Tongyo's strange methods, and did not dare to advance rashly. Lin Ming rolled his eyes and pointed to Su Zimo at the side. Commander Lu, let him go. He has just obtained the inheritance of Astral Sect. It's a good opportunity for everyone to witness his capabilities. Commander Lu's expression darkened. Initially, he wanted to hide this matter. He did not expect Lin Ming to reveal it directly. What inheritance of Astral Sect? At the side, Commander Li seemed to have sensed something and turned to ask. Nothing much. Commander Lu changed the topic and said coldly, Let's hurry and capture the two of them so that we can head back and report it to Princess Meng Yao. With that said, Commander Lu headed towards Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo. Suddenly, a palm touched his shoulder and someone whispered into his ear, It's best if you don't head back. Chapter 2094. 2094 Kill. 2094 Kill. That palm was rather rude. That statement came out of nowhere as well. The voice of the person who spoke was even more foreign. Commander Lu frowned. Just as he was about to turn around, a warning flashed through his mind. Not good. Commander Lu's heart skipped a beat. Right as he was about to release his blood chi with all his might and dash out, he felt a sharp pain on his temple. His essence spirit was penetrated instantly as well, and his expression froze. His eyes gradually dimmed, and his entire body fell weakly. Sensing that something was amiss, the other execution guards turned over and saw an incomparably shocking scene. Among the 5 people Commander Lu brought over, an ugly and tall grade 5 Earth immortal suddenly walked behind him and said something. Immediately after, the palm of the grade 5 Earth immortal on Commander Lu's shoulder shifted horizontally and tapped his thumb gently on the latter's temple. There was a swoosh. A bloodied hole appeared on Commander Lu's temple. The bloodied hole pierced Commander Lu's head and his essence spirit was destroyed, killing him on the spot. Everyone present was shocked. Nobody expected an unassuming grade 5 Earth immortal with almost no presence to dare attack an execution guard. Furthermore, he was so ruthless that he killed a commander of the execution guards, a grade 9 Earth immortal, on the spot without hesitation. Shangguan Qian, Zhu Xian, and Lin Ming widened their eyes in disbelief and shock. What sort of existence were the execution guards? The execution guards represented the great Jin immortal kingdom. Even the sect master of Astral Sect, many elders and heaven immortal experts had to be respectful when they saw the earth execution guards, let alone them. But now, this drunkard who was sometimes crazy and sometimes silent in their eyes had suddenly attacked. The world was about to turn upside down. The 2 execution guards beside Commander Lu were the closest. Their pupils constricted and they were slightly stunned, but they reacted quickly. "Scoundrel, you must be courting death." The palms of the 2 execution guards immediately reached for the execution sabers on their waists. However, the 2 of them were way too close to Su Zimo. Just as the 2 of them were stunned, Su Zimo attacked once more. Waving his palm in reverse, he slapped an execution guard heavily on the cheek. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed and blood splattered everywhere. In the eyes of Shangguan Qian and the other 2, space seemed to have stopped at that moment. Right in front of the 3 of them, the execution guard's cheek changed rapidly and was shattered by Su Zimo's slap. A warm red and white liquid splashed onto their faces. The 3 of them shuddered and retreated instinctively with frightened expressions. The execution guard's head was crushed by Su Zimo's palm and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Clang! The other execution guard had just drawn his execution saber halfway, and the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed echoed. Su Zimo sidestepped and arrived before the execution guard instantly. He placed a hand on the scabbard and pushed the execution saber back. With his other hand, he closed 2 fingers and conjured a sword art, tapping the glabella of the execution guard. Poof! The execution guard's glabella was pierced instantly and fresh blood oozed. The person's eyes were widened and his face was dark. He fell stiffly and was already dead. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. An execution guard commander and 2 grade 8 Earth immortals were dead. In the black light essence severing formation, the methods available to every cultivator were extremely limited. Coupled with the suddenness of the matter, Commander Lu and the other 2 turned into 3 corpses before they even had the chance to attack. Crazy, crazy. Lin Ming gulped and looked at Su Zimo with shock and fear, muttering repeatedly. Although Commander Lu and the other 2 were caught off guard in the black light essence severing formation, it was way too terrifying to kill 3 execution guards that were 3 to 4 levels above him in succession. Even Zhu Xian looked at Su Zimo with fear in his eyes. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo, who were surrounded, were shocked as well. Initially, the 2 of them thought that they would definitely die today. However, they did not expect that a grade 5 Earth immortal in the corner would kill 3 execution guards. His decisiveness and ruthlessness were shocking. Both of them exchanged glances and could see the confusion and surprise in the other's eyes. They did not recognize the tall man at all. Neither of them knew why the burly man suddenly attacked the execution guards. However, the 2 of them knew one thing. The burly man, who was a grade 5 Earth immortal, was most likely doomed. Earlier on, the reason why this person could kill 3 people in succession was because he caught them off guard. But now, the remaining 10 execution guards had already reacted and moved, forming an encirclement. Every single execution guard had an extraordinary physique and bloodline. At the very least, they were stronger than the 2 of them. Coupled with the black gold feather armors they wore, the execution sabers they wielded, and the fact that their cultivation realms far surpassed the burly man, there was almost no chance of this burly man winning against the 10 of them combined. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Gu Tongyu reminded loudly that Commander Xiong's bloodline has been cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. You must not fight him head-on. Damn it! Commander Xiong glared at Su Zimo fiercely and scolded. What an eye-opener today! A grade 5 Earth Immortal actually dared to attack the execution guards. Don't waste your breath on him. Kill him lest he causes trouble. Commander Li frowned and moved, charging toward Su Zimo with the execution saber. At the same time, the other 9 execution guards attacked at the same time. Today, we'll slice him into pieces. Commander Xiong roared with a ferocious expression. Humph. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Suddenly, he raised his leg and stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to quake with a loud bang. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo made use of the power of stepping on the ground to charge forward. Everywhere he passed, gravel and dust would fly as he plowed out 2 gigantic ravines. It was too fast. 2 execution guards had just moved when they felt the ground tremble. The next moment, Su Zimo's figure had already closed in. Su Zimo's charge released an incomparably ferocious and tragic aura that was suffocating. It was like an ancient era's plow heaven divine bovine that reared its head and held into the skies with a torrential, malevolent aura. Not only did it want to plow the heavens, it wanted to puncture 2 holes in the firmaments. The 2 execution guards felt their scalps tingle. Before they could attack, Su Zimo had already extended his arms. His arms were like 2 sharp horns that soared into the skies. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo's fist struck the chests of the 2 execution guards heavily, and the tremendous force sent them flying instantly. Their figures were still in midair when the black gold feather armor on their bodies cracked. The chests of the 2 execution guards caved in. The power released by Su Zimo's collision not only shattered the black gold feather armor, but also the bones of the 2 execution guards. Chapter 2095 2095 Thunderous Methods 2095 Thunderous Methods. Su Zimo sent 2 execution guards flying and swept his hands, snatching the execution sabers from their hands. After snatching the sabers, Su Zimo did not stop at all and threw with his left hand. An execution saber transformed into a cold beam of light and tore through the air, arriving before the 2 execution guards that were sent flying. The saber pierced the heads of the 2 execution guards and nailed their essence, spirits, in midair. As he threw the saber with his left hand, Su Zimo sidestepped and arrived before another execution guard. He raised the other execution saber and slashed down at that person. Although Su Zimo did not circulate his blood chi, the thunderbones in his green lotus true body vibrated continuously and emanated blinding lightning. The slash was resplendent, and electric arcs coiled with a shocking aura. Ah! The execution guard roared and channeled his blood chi. He raised his execution saber as well and slashed towards Su Zimo's saber. Clang! The 2 sabers collided, and an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. The next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the 2 execution sabers. The armor on the execution guards' arms exploded instantly as well. The flesh on both arms tore and burst into a blood mist. The tremendous power of Su Zimo's slash not only destroyed the 2 execution sabers, but also crippled the arms of the execution guard. The destructive power of thunder surged into his spirit platform, The execution guard maintained his stance of gripping his saber with both hands motionlessly. However, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. When the two execution sabers exploded and shards scattered, the execution guard fell limply. The battle had just begun, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of the 10 execution guards were rammed to death by Su Zimo, and another one was shocked to death. It was fine if Su Zimo did not attack, but the moment he did, he used thunderous methods and left no one alive. Zhou Zhuxian, Shang Guanqian, and Lin Ming were dumbfounded. Even Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were shocked. If the reason why the Grade 5 Earth Immortal killed Commander Liu and the other 2 earlier on was because he caught them off guard, his attack this time round had already revealed his terrifying methods. There was no trick to killing the 3 execution guards. It was a head-on collision and even suppression with absolute strength. A Grade 5 Earth Immortal can release such burst power. Gu Tongyu was shocked and said in disbelief. Qiu Siluo nodded as well. Indeed, he is very powerful. However, the reason why he can release such terrifying combat strength is also because of this black light essence severing formation. This person's physique is extremely strong. He can maximize his advantage in this formation. Gu Tongyu said, "Even so, it's truly terrifying to be able to cross 3 cultivation realms and kill 3 Grade 8 Earth Immortals under the encirclement of 10 execution guards." As the 2 of them spoke, both parties on the battlefield exchanged blows once more. Although Su Zimo killed 3 execution guards, the remaining 7 had already closed in. 7 execution sabers slashed down, forming an impenetrable saber net that sealed Su Zimo's escape path. "It's over." Gu Tongyu shook his head. That person is surrounded and has nowhere to hide. No matter how strong his body is, he won't be able to take on the 7 execution guards head-on. Qiu Siluo looked nervous as well. It was as though Su Zimo would be sliced into pieces the next moment. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo took a deep breath and shouted. Instantly, the world went silent. To be precise, this could no longer be considered as a shout. Instead, it was a deafening roar that shook the world and contained endless might. Against that howl, cultivators would feel an uncontrollable fear in the depths of their hearts. Lin Ming and Zhou Zhuxian, who were watching from afar, were shocked. Their ears buzzed and their vision blurred. Their legs went limp and they could barely stand. Shang Guanqian's body swayed slightly and her face turned pale. Even Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo, who were proficient in music and the Tao of sound domains, were shocked. That sound domain secret skill was way too terrifying. It was clear that the roar was not targeted at them. Even so, the 2 of them could sense the terrifying power contained in the roar. The roar resembled a dragon's howl, a phoenix's cry, a thunderous rumble, and thousands of elephants trumpeting. That did not sound like a human at all. After Su Zimo cultivated the divine elephant breathing technique, he fused the myriad elephant roar into the secret skill of the Azure Dragon Roar. The power of the Azure Dragon Roar had already transformed to an extremely terrifying degree. If not for the black light essence severing formation, once heaven and earth essence chi was infused into this skill, the 7 execution guards in the surroundings would have died on the spot if their cultivation realms and physiques were not strong enough when the Azure Dragon Roar was released. Right now, even without the help of heaven and earth essence chi, the Azure Dragon Roar still produced an extremely terrifying impact. Against the roar, the 7 execution guards shuddered and froze in midair. 4 of them widened their eyes and their ears were pierced by the sound, spurting with 2 streams of blood. Among the 4 of them, 2 of their eyeballs exploded on the spot. Ah! 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 The crowd was in chaos as the 4 of them let out tragic cries and staggered in retreat. The remaining 3 were Grade 9 Earth Immortals, Commander Li and Commander Xiong included. The 3 of them had different physiques, blood chi, and cultivation realms. At the tsunami blood realm, Commander Xiong's blood chi was the strongest, and he received the least impact and damage. As for Commander Li and the remaining Grade 9 Earth Immortal, although they were not injured, they had pained expressions and their features were squeezed together. They lost their hearing for a moment and their consciousnesses went blank. The encirclement of the sabers dissipated instantly. Su Zimo's expression was cold. He did not choose to chase after the 4 injured execution guards. Instead, he strode forward and slapped Commander Li on the head with his left hand. His right finger pierced the glabella of the other Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot. Su Zimo's analysis of the situation and battlefield was unparalleled. He had fought his way through Tianhuang mainland and was always surrounded. As such, he could determine the other party's weaknesses and openings right away. During such rare opportunities, he would get rid of the people who posed the greatest threat to him. In other words, his targets were the Grade 9 Earth Immortals present. Unfortunately, Commander Xiong's blood chi was strong, and he was not affected much. He retreated right away and escaped. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have been able to kill Commander Xiong instantly. The tides had turned entirely. Earlier on, Su Zimo was surrounded by 7 people, and the situation was dangerous. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 more people and had the upper hand. There were only 5 execution guards left on the battlefield. 4 of them were injured, and the only one who retained his peak combat strength was Commander Xiong, a Grade 9 Earth Immortal. Right then, Su Zimo's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale expression. His Dao heart was damaged and had not recovered. Now that a huge battle had broken out, it affected his internal injuries. Chapter 2096 2096 Massacre 2096 Massacre. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Silio could not help but feel emotional when they saw Su Zimo release his might and break out of his predicament, killing a few people consecutively with a sound domain secret skill. If this continued, the outcome of this battle would be unpredictable. However, right then, Su Zimo's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, as though something was amiss. Both of them frowned. Initially, Commander Xiong was stunned by Su Zimo's methods and was momentarily bewildered. He did not dare to advance and even wanted to retreat. However, he was puzzled when he saw Su Zimo vomiting blood. Could it be that this Grade 5 Earth Immortal was severely injured after clashing head-on with the other execution guards in the battle earlier on? That was indeed a possibility. It was truly unusual for a Grade 5 Earth Immortal to release such terrifying strength and methods. There was a high chance that he had used some secret skill to stimulate his potential. Secret skills that could stimulate one's potential would also be accompanied by extremely strong sequelae. Although this person managed to take down a few execution guards head-on, he was severely injured as well. Just as Commander Xiong was pondering, Lin Ming on the other side suddenly reacted and shouted, "Commander Xiong, this person just failed his breakthrough earlier on, and his injuries have yet to recover." That's right. So Zhu Xian stood out as well. In addition, this person's Dao heart is damaged. If he attacks consecutively, it will definitely aggravate his Dao heart injuries. Shang Guanqian glared at Zhu Xian and Lin Ming coldly. Although she did not dare to stand out and help Su Zimo, she would not do the despicable act of kicking someone when they were down. When he heard that, Commander Xiong's eyes lit up and he calmed down. Ha 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 ha. Commander Xiong burst into laughter. "Thief, you sure are bold to dare to kill so many execution guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Commander Xiong, we can't give him a chance to catch his breath. Let's kill him together." Because they were isolated from heaven and earth essence chi, the injuries of the remaining 4 execution guards could not heal yet. However, the 4 of them could determine Su Zimo's location with the help of their spirit consciousnesses. This is bad. Gu Tongyu shook his head. This fellow Taoist's Tao heart is damaged and he's injured. I'm afraid. Chiu Siluo sighed gently as well. The two of us are severely injured and are trapped in this black light essence severing formation, so we can't help much sigh. Kill. Wielding the execution saber, Commander Xiong's blood chi surged as he strode towards Su Zimo. The other 4 execution guards dispersed as well and advanced at the same time, charging towards Su Zimo. Die. Before the 4 of them arrived, a domineering spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out from their glabellas. The 4 execution guards had just sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses and had already decided to use their spirit consciousness secret skills to join forces to kill Su Zimo's essence spirit. The 4 of them did not want to give Su Zimo any chance to retaliate. This is bad. Gu Tongyo's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the intense spirit consciousness fluctuation on the battlefield. He had been worried about this the entire time. The difference in their cultivation realms was too great. If the execution guards released their essence spirit secret skills, this grade 5 Earth Immortal would have no chance of winning. 4 essence spirit secret skills were released and arrived instantly. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he raised his head and looked at the 4 of them indifferently. Suddenly, a palm-sized scale floated out from his glabella. It was silent but emitted a shuddering aura. Essence Spirit Secret Skill. Reverse Scale. Fufu, the light of a firefly. An execution guard could not help but sneer when he saw Su Zimo activate his Essence Spirit Secret Skill as well. In his opinion, there was a difference of 3 cultivation realms between them. In a fight between essence spirits, he could kill Su Zimo's essence spirit with ease, while his essence spirit could escape unscathed. However, that person stopped before he could finish. His smile froze on his face as well, with a dull gaze. The other 3 execution guards paused as well. The 4 essence spirit secret skills of the execution guards collided against the reverse scale. There was not much noise in a fight between essence, spirit, secret skills. However, cracks appeared in the essence spirits of the 4 execution guards. Before long, the essence spirits of the 4 execution guards were destroyed on the spot. Su Zimo was in seclusion in the cave abode of Astral Sect for a long time. Although his Tao heart was damaged because of Ji Yaoshua's passing and his failed breakthrough, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra that he cultivated became more complete and perfected. This cultivation technique was extremely terrifying when it came to cultivating the essence spirit. Although Su Zimo had not broken through to the grade 6 Earth Immortal realm, his essence spirit realm had already reached the level of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. In other words, the essence spirit realms of both parties were not different. As for Su Zimo's essence spirit, it was formed from the Green Lotus essence spirit and Dragon Phoenix essence spirits, synthesis of illumination and nether glow. With the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, it was even more condensed and pure. Now he had even released the reverse scale secret skill. The 4 execution guards could not defend against it at all. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Even Commander Xiong might not be able to escape unscathed if his essence, spirit, secret skill clashed against the reverse scale head-on, let alone the 4 grade 8 Earth Immortal execution guards. Of course, the reverse scale could not withstand the impact of the 4 essence, spirit, secret skills and dissipated into the void, vanishing. On the other side, Commander Xiong had a terrible expression. There were more than 10 Earth execution guards and 3 commanders. They were considered top-tier experts among Earth Immortals. To think that they were almost completely annihilated by a single grade 5 Earth Immortal. Right now, he was the only one left. If he removed the black light essence, severing formation, and recovered heaven and earth essence chi, He was absolutely confident that he could kill this grade 5 Earth immortal with a difference in their cultivation realms. However, once the formation was dispelled, it was equivalent to Gu Tongyu at the side recovering his combat strength as well. He could not defend against the sound of the fallen soul flute at all. Commander Xiong had already closed in and had no way out. He could only fight with all his might. Kill! Commander Xiong roared and channeled his blood qi to its limits. Wielding the execution saber with both hands, he slashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. Earlier on, he sensed that Su Zimo's essence spirit realm was very high. Therefore, he did not dare to use his essence spirit secret skill. Instead, he chose to fight Su Zimo in melee combat with his powerful blood qi. However, although he did not use his essence spirit secret skill, Su Zimo had no intention of giving up. A golden Sanskrit talisman condensed in Su Zimo's consciousness and flew towards Commander Xiong. The Gautama Dharmic Seal. With the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the might of the Gautama Dharmic Seal was not to be underestimated. If Commander Xiong ignored the essence spirit secret skill, although he could kill Su Zimo, he would not be able to escape death either. Helpless, Commander Xiong could only release his essence spirit secret skill to fight against the Gautama Dharmic Seal head-on. The two essence spirit secret skills collided. Su Zimo and Commander Xiong shuddered. In this essence spirit secret skill fight, Commander Xiong had the slight advantage. He was delighted and was about to continue swinging his execution saber to kill Su Zimo. Another beam of light shot out from Su Zimo's glabella with an extremely sharp edge, piercing towards his glabella. The green lotus sword burst forth. Chapter 2097 2097 Annihilation 2097 Annihilation. After that palm strike, Commander Xiong felt his vision blur, and Su Zimo's figure vanished. The bystanders had a clearer view of things. In the eyes of Gu Tongyu and the others, under the suppression of Su Zimo's palm, he suddenly lowered his body and slithered forward like an agile anaconda, circling behind Commander Xiong. The next moment, the anaconda coiled around Commander Xiong and raised its head to take a deep breath, as though it wanted to devour the sun and the moon. The anaconda's body expanded continuously. Under their shocked gazes, Commander Xiong's burly body transformed rapidly, and a jarring crackling sound came from his body. Commander Xiong's bones were minced by the anaconda, and his body exploded into blood mists. Swoosh! An essence spirit flew out from the top of his head. Before it could escape, it was whipped into pieces by the anaconda's tail and destroyed on the spot. On the other side, Lin Ming was shocked. Suddenly, he shook his head and rubbed his eyes with both hands. He seemed to have hallucinated earlier on. The drunkard seemed to have vanished, and in his place was an anaconda. By the time he focused his gaze once more, Commander Xiong had already turned into a pile of grisly red meat and was sprawled on the ground, dead. The ugly drunkard stood at the side expressionlessly. Everything that happened earlier on merely seemed like a hallucination of his. Actually, he was not the only one. Zhuo Zhuxian and Shangguan Qian had the same hallucination. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo exchanged glances. Both could see the shock in the other's eyes. Both of them could see things clearer and sharper. Throughout history, many cultivation techniques and offensive skills were imitated from ferocious beasts and demon beasts. It was easy to imitate them, but it was difficult to capture their actual spirits. Someone like Su Zimo, who possessed both form and spirit and could even cause one's vision to go haywire such that it was difficult to differentiate between reality and illusion, was completely unheard of. Although the battle sounded slow upon narration, the process was extremely short. It had been less than 20 breaths since Su Zimo attacked and killed Commander Lu's group of 3 before going on to mince Commander Xiong to death. Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming had always been on the side of the execution guards. Before the two of them snapped out of their stupor from the shock of how Su Zimo dared to attack the execution guards, all the execution guards present were annihilated without exception. The battle ended before the two of them even had the chance to attack. How was that possible? Who was this Mo Ling? Not only did he attack the execution guards, he even massacred them mercilessly. He was only a grade 5 Earth Immortal. How could he release such terrifying power? Could it be the legacy cultivation technique of Astral Sect? That did not make sense. Right from the beginning, they had not seen him use any methods of Astral Sect. Furthermore, he could not release them in the black light essence, severing formation. Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming's minds were in chaos. Right then, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the two of them. Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming met with Su Zimo's gaze, and their expressions changed. They felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts seemed to leap into their throats. The two of them were not fools and realized something. Notwithstanding the fact that they had been targeting Su Zimo repeatedly previously, it would be difficult for the two of them to leave alive after witnessing today's scene. Chapter 2098. 2098 Silence. 2098 Silence. Not good. This Mo Ling wants to silence me. The same thought crossed the minds of Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming. Right then, Su Zimo had already walked slowly towards the two of them expressionlessly. However, both of them were still scared out of their wits. At that moment, the wisest choice for the two of them was to turn and escape. However, for some unknown reason, against Su Zimo's gaze, their legs no longer obeyed them. In their eyes, the execution guards was a supreme existence that could not be offended. But now the drunkard before him had killed 13 execution guards. In their eyes, Su Zimo was no longer the crazy and ugly drunkard. Instead, he was more like a cold-blooded and ruthless fiend who killed without batting an eyelid. Both of them were scared out of their wits and shivered. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming, watching the two of them with a calm expression. The two of them did not dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze and averted it. You guys wanted to see my capabilities earlier on. Su Zimo spoke slowly and said in a seemingly casual manner, I hope I didn't disappoint the two of you. Initially, Commander Liu and the others wanted to make use of Gu Tongyu and Qiu Silio to kill Zhuo Zhuxian and the others. Zhuo Zhuxian, Lin Ming, and Xia Tianfeng pushed Su Zimo out. Indeed, Su Zimo stood out. He started a massacre in an incomparably shocking manner and killed all 13 execution guards. When Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming heard Su Zimo's question, they did not know how to reply. They could only grin dryly with horrified expressions. Fellow Taoist Mo Ling. Zhuo Zhuxian took a deep breath and tried his best to compose himself. I've offended you in the past. Fellow Taoist, please be magnanimous and give me a chance on account of our relationship as fellow sect mates. Why, yes. Lin Ming nodded hurriedly and smiled apologetically. I've also made a mistake in the past. Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, please be magnanimous, huh? Su Zimo was unmoved and merely looked at the two of them calmly. Beside them, Shangguan Qian sighed gently. She was extremely fearful as well. However, she could not bring herself to wag her tail and beg for mercy like Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming. Zhuo Zhuxian continued, Fellow Taoist Mo Ling, don't worry. I can swear that I'll pretend that I've never seen you before and never tell a second person about what happened today. If I break that vow, I'll die a terrible death. He thought to himself that even if he did not tell a second person, he could tell it to a third or a fourth person. That way, it would not be considered as a violation of the vow. Lin Ming was enlightened and hurriedly followed suit, making a vow. Are you done speaking? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Lin Ming nodded instinctively. You can die then. With a backhand slap, Su Zimo slapped the side of Lin Ming's face. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Ming's head spun a few times around his neck before coming to a slow stop. His entire neck was completely shattered. His eyes were widened. Su Zimo's seemingly casual palm strike had already shattered the essence spirit in his consciousness. When Zhuo Zhuxian saw that, he could not help but gulp and clench his fists instinctively. Immediately after, a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, he channeled his blood qi and retreated, circulating his essence spirit to condense a greater divine power. Frost barrier. Zhuo Zhuxian pointed at Su Zimo. An almost transparent frost barrier was formed around Su Zimo, trapping him within. Shangguan Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw that. It was only at that moment that she suddenly realized that the black light essence, severing formation, had lost its effect, and she could clearly sense the surrounding heaven and earth essence qi. Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were not surprised. Although it was convenient to set up such array flags and they were fast, there was a disadvantage. The 49 array flags were equivalent to dermic treasures. If anything happened to the owner of the flags, they would become ownerless and the black light essence, severing formation, would lose its effect. If one were to carve formation patterns on the ground or in the void bit by bit, although it was extremely troublesome to set up and took a long time, it could be maintained for a long time. Therefore, the moment Commander Xiong died, the black light essence, severing formation, lost its effect and heaven and earth essence qi recovered. To Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo, this was naturally a good thing for them. However, it was not good for Mo Ling, who had just gone on a massacre. The reason why Mo Ling could release such a terrifying killing power was mainly because of the black light essence severing formation. If heaven and earth essence qi was recovered, this person's cultivation realm would only be at grade 5 earth immortal after all. The difference between him and Zhuo Zhuxian and the others was too great. Therefore, although Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo sensed the change, they did not remind him because they were worried that Zhuo Zhuxian and the others would sense it and they would put Mo Ling in danger instead. In reality, Lin Ming and Shangguan Qian truly did not notice this change. However, Zhuo Zhuxian realized it. He was forced into a corner by Su Zimo and finally overcame the fear in his heart to counterattack. That was the reason for the scene earlier on. Mo Ling, I don't want to be your enemy. Zhuo Zhuxian conjured the frost barrier and trapped Su Zimo within, shouting, But don't force me. I'm a grade 8 earth immortal after all, and I'm 3 realms above you. Without the black light essence severing formation, you might not be able to win in a life and death battle. To be honest, even after recovering heaven and earth essence qi, Zhuo Zhuxian did not dare to fight Su Zimo. There was a hint of cowardice in his words as he forced himself to put on a calm composure. After all, the scene of Su Zimo killing 13 execution guards in succession earlier on had a huge impact on him. The Zhuo family is one of the 5 major family clans of Solar Luna County. Zhuo Zhuxian shouted as he retreated, wanting to intimidate Su Zimo so that he could escape from this place. I even dared to kill the execution guards. Yet, you're trying to scare me with the 5 major family clans of Solar Luna County? Su Zimo sneered and in a flash disappeared from the barrier conjured by the frost divine power. By the time Su Zimo reappeared, he was already behind Zhuo Zhuxian. When they saw that, Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo were shocked, and their expressions changed. This is teleportation. Qiu Siluo looked at Gu Tongyu beside her in confusion. Gu Tongyu shook his head gently. It shouldn't be teleportation. Teleportation is a supreme divine power that can only be released by heaven immortal experts. This method is more like a secret skill of the dragon race. Pissed, Zhuo Zhuxian's pupils constricted and he gasped. Vanished. He had been staring at Su Zimo fixedly the entire time, afraid that something might happen. However, Su Zimo suddenly vanished from his line of sight. The next moment, he felt an aura of death descend from behind him. Without hesitation, Zhuo Zhuxian pointed to Shang Guanqian, who was not far away, and hollered, "Another swap!" Swoosh! Zhuo Zhuxian and Shang Guanqian swapped positions instantly. Chapter 2099. 2099 Old Friends. 2099 Old Friends. It was no wonder why Zhuo Zhuxian was a genius of the Zhuo family. It was indeed extremely rare for him to be able to react in such a short period of time and release Nether Swap to avoid Su Zimo's killing move after the first flash of the true Dragon 9 flashes. However, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he disappeared once more in a flash. Zhuo Zhuxian had just escaped. Before he could catch her breath, he turned back instinctively and was horrified to discover that Su Zimo had vanished once more. "Are you looking for me?" A calm voice sounded behind him. He was close by. Bang! The next moment, Zhuo Zhuxian felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. An arrow of blood burst forth from his eyes and spilled down slowly. Su Zimo pierced his head with a single finger. His essence spirit was destroyed. Zhuo Zhuxian fell limply to the ground with widened eyes. His expression was still filled with fear, and his gaze dimmed. He was dead! Even after recovering heaven and earth essence chi, the grade 8 earth immortal, Zhuo Zhuxian could not last 2 rounds. On the other side, Shang Guanqian was swapped into midair by Zhuo Zhuxian's Nether Swap. At that moment, she did not escape. Instead, she descended slowly from midair. She knew that even if she chose to escape, she would not be able to escape. The strength of Mo Ling before her had far surpassed her imagination. Shang Guanqian looked at Su Zimo, who was walking over slowly with a conflicted expression. She was the first to notice that this person was unusual. However, she had not expected that this person would be so unusual that it was unbelievable. Before long, Su Zimo arrived before Shang Guanqian. Shang Guanqian sighed internally. She knew very well that, although there was no feud between the two of them, there was no way Mo Ling would let her leave after witnessing the scene today. However, she was still puzzled and wanted an answer. "You were pretending to be drunk when you joined the sect, right?" Shang Guanqian looked at Su Zimo and asked softly. She knew that she would definitely die. Instead of fear, she became calm. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Shang Guanqian thought for a moment and continued. "Did something happen for you to fail your breakthrough previously?" She had once seen a heartbreaking sadness in Su Zimo's eyes. Even she felt terrible when she saw that sadness. After a long silence, Su Zimo said, "Someone very, very important to me has left." Shang Guanqian went silent as well. She did not know how to persuade him about something like that either. In fact, she even felt a hint of envy towards the person who left. Most cultivators were pure and heartless. Even if she died, there would not be many people in this world who would feel sad for her. At the thought of this, Shang Guanqian laughed self-deprecatingly and thought to herself, "If I have to die, so be it. Make your move." Shang Guanqian closed her eyes. After a while, she did not feel any pain or killing. She opened her eyes and looked over. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already left her and was tidying up the battlefield at the side, collecting the storage bags of the many execution guards, Zhuo Zhuxian and the others. "You can leave," Su Zimo said with his back facing Shang Guanqian. "Why didn't you kill me?" Shang Guanqian frowned slightly in confusion. Su Zimo asked instead, "Why should I kill you?" In truth, apart from the fact that he wanted to silence them, there was another reason why he killed Zhuo Zhuxian and Lin Ming. More importantly, it was because the two of them had provoked him repeatedly before and even wanted to kill him. The first time he came out of seclusion, both of them sent cultivators to follow him. The second time he came out of seclusion, when he was receiving the inheritance of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, Lin Ming wanted to interrupt him as well. After the inheritance was over, Zhu Xian even threatened to snatch the cultivation technique. Although Shang Guanqian was the first person to notice his abnormality, she had stood up for him countless times during this period of time. While Su Zimo did not express anything, he remembered everything. Although he had changed his appearance, his personality had not changed, and he was clear about gratitude and hatred. Zhu Xian and Lin Ming deserved to be killed. However, Su Zimo would not kill Shang Guanqian, who had helped him before, just to silence her. Furthermore, Shang Guanqian did not know his true identity at all. He had the Trinity auspicious jade and could change his appearance at any moment. Shang Guanqian had a conflicted expression and naturally did not know what Su Zimo was thinking. After a long silence, she suddenly said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. However, I still have to make a vow. I, Shang Guanqian, will definitely not reveal anything that I saw today. If I break this vow, the heavens will smite me and my soul will disperse." With that said, Shang Guanqian cupped her fists and bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave, disappearing into the horizon before long. During this period of time, Su Zimo had already tidied up the battlefield. He turned around and walked towards Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo. At that moment, Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo felt uneasy as well. That was because the two of them did not know Mo Ling at all and did not know why he would suddenly start a massacre and kill the execution guards. The two of them were not sure if Mo Ling would attack them to silence them. Looking at Su Zimo, who was gradually approaching, Gu Tongyu tightened his grip on the fallen soul flute. At that moment, heaven and earth essence Qi had already recovered. Although he was injured with the fallen soul flute around, he could fight Mo Ling. Benefactors, we meet again. Su Zimo came before Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo and bowed. At that moment, Gu Tongyu and Su Zimo were stunned. Benefactors. With a single thought from Su Zimo, his appearance gradually changed and his figure returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a refined man with a scholarly aura. "You." Gu Tongyu looked at Su Zimo with a confused expression, still unable to recognize him. He felt that the person before him looked familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. However, he could not recall where. "Dragon, Abyss Star." Su Zimo said. When Qiu Siluo heard those words, a thought flashed through her mind, and she came to a realization. "I remember now. You're that black immortal." Gu Tongyu gradually recalled as well. More than 2,000 years ago, the two of them visited a secret ground on the Dragon Abyss Star. It was also there that the two of them obtained the soul-reaping zither and the fallen soul flute. Before entering the secret ground, they encountered an earth immortal who wanted to kill another black immortal because of a dermic treasure. The two of them could not take it lying down and helped to save the black immortal. This was an extremely ordinary matter for the two of them, and neither of them took it to heart. To think that they would meet that black immortal again today. What surprised Gu Tongyu and Qiu Siluo even more was that the former black immortal had already grown to such a terrifying extent. It had only been more than 2,000 years, and even with their talent, they had only advanced a single cultivation realm. This black immortal had already cultivated to become a grade 5 earth immortal. Furthermore, his combat strength was so terrifying that both of them felt wary. Chapter 2100 2100 Reminiscence 2100 Reminiscence. I haven't seen you for more than 2,000 years, but you've grown so quickly. Impressive. Recognizing Su Zimo's identity, Gu Tongyu let down his guard as well and could not help but praise. Qiu Siluo smiled. Although we saved you before, you saved us earlier on as well. Don't call us your benefactors. That will make us seem distant. That's right. Gu Tongyu nodded slightly and asked again, How should I address you, fellow Taoist? I'm Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not hide his identity against Gu Tongyu and Su Zimo. Gu Tongyu's expression changed. As though he recalled something, he asked, All these years, a prince of the great Jin immortal kingdom has been hunting down somebody. That's me. Su Zimo nodded. Gu Tongyu said, Brother Su, your disguise technique is truly impressive and flawless. It's no wonder why you could hide for more than 2,000 years against the pursuit of the great Jin immortal kingdom. However, because you saved us and exposed your identity, I'm afraid you can't stay in Astral Sect anymore. Chiu Siluo looked guilty. Su Zimo shook his head. Even without this matter, I was prepared to leave. Previously, he was in a hurry to raise his cultivation realm in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion this time round, he did not intend to continue staying in the great Jin immortal kingdom. He had to find an opportunity to leave this place. In the great Jin immortal kingdom, he had offended a prince and could be hunted down at any moment. The only way to resolve the current situation was to leave the territory ruled by the great Jin immortal kingdom. If he wanted to break out of the situation, the best way was to look for protection, a faction that could go against the great Jin immortal kingdom. There's only hope after leaving the great Jin immortal kingdom. Gu Tongyu said in a deep voice as well. The situation they were facing was not much different from Su Zimo. Furthermore, the person they offended was even stronger and had a higher status than Prince Yuanzhua. What are your plans from now on? Su Zimo asked. Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo exchanged glances, and the melancholy in their eyes deepened as they sighed gently. The two of us have offended Zither, immortal Meng Yao. We probably can't even stay in the divine firmament immortal domain anymore. Is Meng Yao that terrifying? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Chiu Siluo explained. If Meng Yao was only a princess of the great Jin immortal kingdom, she wouldn't have such an impact. However, she's also a legacy disciple of Flying Immortal Sect. There aren't many legacy disciples in each of the 4 immortal sections. One can only be conferred the title of a legacy disciple after their cultivation reaches the perfected one realm and they become perfected immortals. The legacy disciples of the 4 immortal sects have noble statuses, even in the 9 firmament immortal domain, let alone the divine firmament immortal domain. Furthermore, Meng Yao is one of the 4 great fairies. In the entire divine firmament immortal domain, and even the experts of the 9 firmament immortal domain, it's their honor to be able to listen to the sound of Meng Yao's zither. In the 9 firmament immortal domain, the zither immortal's music is even described to be a heavenly sound that's priceless. None of the top factions in the divine firmament immortal domain will offend zither immortal Meng Yao for the 2 of us. Su Zimo was silent. In that case, the situation Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo were facing was even worse than his. We might head to other immortal domains. At that point, Gu Tongyu paused for a moment before saying, If we truly have no way out, we can only head to the Fiend Domain. Fiend Domain. Su Zimo could not help but think of the Thunder Emperor who had already headed to the Fiend Domain. He did not know how the Thunder Emperor was, and if his injuries had healed. Brother Su, I heard you mention that your Tao heart was damaged because someone very important to you has left. Suddenly, Gu Tongyu asked. That's right. Su Zimo sighed sadly. He recalled Ji Yaoshua's voice and expression and was in a daze. Although many things happened today, it had only been less than a day since Ji Yaoshua passed away. Su Zimo could not break free from that dejected mood. His chest felt stuffy, and he felt terrible, but he had nowhere to vent it. The more he was like this, the more difficult it was for his Tao heart to heal. If he could not get out of this predicament, there was a high chance that he would form a vicious cycle and sink into it. Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Chiu Siluo placed the soul, reaping zither on her knees and plucked the strings gently with her jade-like fingers, letting out a sound like flowing water. It was like water droplets dripping or meteors streaking through the night sky, vast and quirky. Instantly, Su Zimo seemed to have passed through a water barrier and ripples appeared, as though he had returned to the past. Gu Tongyu picked up the fallen soul flute and placed it by his lips. A mellow sound of sobbing could be heard. Su Zimo caught sight of Ji Yaoshua again, that unforgettable woman. From their first encounter to the capital of Great Zhou, everything seemed to be the same. However, in this memory, Su Zimo and Ji Yaoshua became Dao companions and accompanied one another, leaving behind countless happy times. Su Zimo did not ascend and merely accompanied Ji Yaoshua to grow old. Eventually, the two of them fell asleep in each other's embrace and were buried together. The sound of the zither and flute gradually faded until it was silent. By the time Su Zimo woke up, his face was already covered in tears. Upon receiving the news of Ji Yaoshua's departure, he had nowhere to vent and kept it in his heart. Both Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo could tell that Su Zimo was in an extremely bad mental state. There was a high chance that he would suffer qi deviation if he cultivated in the future, let alone recover his Dao heart. The two of them were proficient in the Dao of music and played the zither and flute together, bringing Su Zimo into a memory. Su Zimo's emotions rose and fell along with the sound of the zither and flute, venting out in this memory and obtaining freedom. By the time Su Zimo woke up, the injuries on his Dao heart had already healed. The heaven and earth essence qi in his body surged continuously and washed through his body like a tsunami. The inheritance obtained by astral sect was only of use at this moment. When Su Zimo received the inheritance, the green lotus true body endured the starlight of 2 star regions. The starlight came from the vast stars. Every single starlight contained rich and pure heaven and earth essence qi. Su Zimo's acceptance of the inheritance also meant that he was absorbing the heaven and earth essence qi into his body. However, his Dao heart was damaged and prevented him from breaking through, causing the heaven and earth essence qi to accumulate in his body. Now that his Dao heart had recovered, the accumulated heaven and earth essence qi surged rapidly as well. Su Zimo's cultivation realm broke through once more. Grade 6 Earth Immortal. After breaking through to the level 6 Earth Essence realm, the heaven and earth essence qi in his body was still extremely vast. If he refined all the heaven and earth essence qi, he could even reach the peak of a grade 6 Earth Immortal. However, this was not a suitable place for cultivation. Su Zimo suppressed the essence qi in his body for the time being and wiped away the tears on his face. He bowed deeply to Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo. There were no words that could express his gratitude. He had already engraved this favor in his heart. Chiu Siluo smiled gently. Su Zimo lamented. I've never heard the sound of the zither immortal before. However, I think that she can only be worthy of the title of the zither immortal if her zither sound can be compared to yours. How can I compare to the zither immortal? Chiu Siluo smiled. What was the name of that song earlier on? Su Zimo asked again. Reminiscence. Chiu Siluo said. Reminiscence, reminiscence. Su Zimo murmured softly. Chapter 2101, 2101 Test. 2101 Test. Brother Su, 13 execution guards have died. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom will definitely not let this go. We can't linger here. Let's part ways here. Gu Tongyu said. In that short period of time, their injuries healed significantly and they could move freely. Since all of us want to leave the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, why don't we travel together so that we can take care of one another? Chiu Siluo suggested. Gu Tongyu shook his head gently. Brother Su, I had the same thought, but decided against it. We provoked Zither, immortal Mengyao, a perfected immortal expert. Now that her pursuit failed this time round, there's a high chance she'll send out the Heaven Execution Guards next time, or even come out personally. You'll be implicated instead if you travel with us. Chiu Siluo nodded as well. That's right. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo suddenly said, Guys, the Heaven Execution Guard commanders have a blood guidance, secret skill that can determine your location through the blood that you've spilled. It's fine. Gu Tongyu waved it off. The fallen soul flute and the soul reaping zither in our hands can sever the connection to blood guidance. That's good. Su Zimo was finally relieved. Suddenly, Gu Tongyu said, Brother Su, take this fallen soul flute with you. A look of reluctance flashed through Gu Tongyu's eyes, but he still handed the fallen soul flute over. Su Zimo was touched. He knew that Gu Tongyu was worried that he would be found by the blood guidance secret skill and captured by the execution guards. It was self-evident how important the fallen soul flute was to Gu Tongyu. Treasures like the fallen soul flute and the soul-reaping zither had even alarmed Zither, immortal Mengyao. It was clear how precious those two treasures were. But now, Gu Tongyu wanted to hand over the fallen soul flute without hesitation because he was worried about Su Zimo's safety. Su Zimo shook his head. Brother Gu, don't worry. I have something on me as well, such that the blood guidance, secret skill of the Heaven Execution Guards can't sense me. This was the Thunder Jade pendant given to him by the Thunder Emperor. It was because of this jade pendant and the Trinity Auspicious Jade that Su Zimo was able to remain dormant in astral sect for more than 2,000 years. Gu Tongyu said in a deep voice, All right, Brother Su, let's bid farewell here. If we're lucky enough to survive, we'll meet again if we're fated. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Su Zimo bid farewell with cupped fists as well. Gu Tongyu and Chiu Siluo soared into the air and left towards the west. Su Zimo waved his hand and put away all 49 array flags. Those array flags were now ownerless. If they could be refined and used properly, they would be a powerful method of victory. Although he had the Thunder Jade pendant, out of caution, Su Zimo still condensed the Kacharati Dao fire and burned the corpses on the ground. The execution guards were already dead. Without essence chi or essence spirits, the Kacharati Dao fire alone was enough to burn the corpses clean. Flames surged into the skies. Just as Su Zimo was about to leave, a streak of light sped over from afar at an astonishing speed. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, it was already too late for him to activate the Trinity Auspicious Jade to change his appearance. What was even more frightening was that the pressure released by the cultivator covered the skies and was far beyond what he could withstand. A Heaven Immortal expert. Furthermore, it was a high-level Heaven Immortal expert. He had almost no means of defending against a Heaven Immortal expert. The 3 awakened sacred souls in the Hell Suppression Tripod had already lost their strength and fell asleep because of the consecutive battles. If a Heaven Immortal expert were to attack him, he would definitely die. Su Zimo's expression changed when he saw who it was. That cultivator was Astral Rain, the sect master of Astral Sect. In the blink of an eye, Astral Rain arrived and was slightly stunned when he saw Su Zimo. He was even more shocked when he saw the fire at the side. At that moment, the flames were raging and had yet to incinerate the many corpses. One could still vaguely make out their figures. Astral Rain could naturally tell that the 13 execution guards, as well as Zhuo Juxian, Lin Ming, and Xie Tianfeng, had died here. You're Su Zimo, who's wanted by the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. When Astral Rain saw Su Zimo, he recognized the latter quickly and asked with a frown, Why are you here? Where's Emo Ling of my sect? Su Zimo remained silent. He found it strange as well. Logically speaking, Astral Rain should have attacked the moment he recognized him. Why would he ask about Mo Ling's location? Astral Rain's gaze scanned Su Zimo a few times and noticed something unusual. Although Su Zimo's physique and appearance had changed, he was still wearing the same attire as before Mo Ling left the sect. Su Zimo did not even have time to take off the Astral Sect badge on his waist and throw it away. Su Zimo, Mo Ling, you're Mo Ling. That speculation flashed through Astral Rain's mind as he suddenly asked. Although that speculation seemed ridiculous, he recalled that the time when Mo Ling joined the sect was when the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was hunting down Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was truly strange that Mo Ling rarely showed himself after entering the sect and was in seclusion the entire time. There was also the scene before him. Mo Ling left Astral Sect with many execution guards. Now that Mo Ling was gone, Su Zimo was standing here in Mo Ling's clothes. Answer me. Suddenly, Astral Rain released a massive spirit consciousness and locked onto Su Zimo. With a sharp expression, he asked slowly, "Are you Mo Ling or not?" Su Zimo was still silent and tense. Suddenly, Astral Rain waved his sleeves and scattered starlight that enveloped Su Zimo. The starlight was way too strong, and any single streak of it was enough to kill Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo had just received the inheritance of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. When he was attacked by the starlight, the cultivation technique sensed it and circulated on its own. Whoosh! 2 large star regions appeared above Su Zimo's head. They were led by the Alcade and Mizar stars and were surrounded by millions of stars. The 2 star regions were still far from the true Big Dipper star region. Even so, the 2 star regions hovered above Su Zimo's head, forming a gigantic phenomenon that shone with endless starlight. It was shocking enough. Starlight shone brightly from Su Zimo's body, like a god beneath the starry skies, and his aura surged. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. It's indeed you. When Astral Rain saw the 2 star regions appear, he had a conflicted expression and did not continue attacking. Instead, he sighed gently and dispersed the surrounding starlight. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram in the skies dissipated as well. Su Zimo was puzzled. He could not sense any killing intent from Astral Rain. In fact, he could not even sense any hostility. Right now, his life was worth 1,000,000 essence spirit stones. If he was captured alive, the rewards would be even greater. However, Astral Rain did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. The scene earlier on was merely a test to confirm Su Zimo's true identity. Senior, now that things had come to this, there was no need for Su Zimo to hide anything. I'm Mo Ling. Chapter 2102. 2102 Immortal Sect Selection. 2102 Immortal Sect Selection. Sigh. After a long silence, Astral Rain finally sighed. Leave. Leave the great Jin Immortal Kingdom as soon as possible. Senior, why are you? Su Zimo was puzzled and could not understand Astral Rain's thoughts. The 2 of them did not have any relationship. If Astral Rain captured him, he would be able to exchange for a large number of treasures. Even without handing him over, he could force out the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra. Astral Rain seemed to have read Su Zimo's mind. When I saw that you were taken away by Commander Liu, I guessed that he was after the inheritance you just obtained. Although I'm the sect master and don't want you to meet with such a calamity, I don't dare to offend the execution guards either. Astral Rain did not conceal his fear towards the execution guards and the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, I could not calm down after returning to my cave abode. Astral Rain said, "After so many years, the inheritance of Astral Sect has finally appeared in this generation. Am I going to let the execution guards snatch it away just like that? As the sect master of Astral Sect, Am I going to watch the successor die prematurely because of this? At that point, Astral Rain laughed self-deprecatingly. I came this time round with the intention of risking my life to kill these execution guards and save you, to think that they're already dead. Although Astral Rain did not say it explicitly, one could imagine how difficult it was for him to make that decision. Attacking the execution guards was equivalent to taking on a massive existence like the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. If you're just Su Zimo, I won't let you off. Astral Rain said, however, you're Emo Ling and have received the inheritance of Astral Sect. I hope that this inheritance can shine once more in your hands. His tone was sincere, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Even in the upper world, not everyone was evil and would bully the weak. Not everyone was greedy and cold-blooded. Astral Rain knew in his heart that since this inheritance chose Su Zimo, it meant that he was the most suitable candidate. Suddenly, he took out a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. This is a major transference talisman. It can teleport you directly to a city at the border of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, Seven Feather City. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom was vast, and there were 16 counties and more than 1,000 cities. Given Su Zimo's cultivation, even if he traveled day and night, it would take him months to cross a county, let alone the entire Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. It was clear how precious that talisman was. Tear this talisman apart and descend at the border. After leaving Seven Feather City, it's equivalent to breaking free from the pursuit of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Pausing for a moment, Astral Rain continued. However, leaving the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom doesn't mean that it's safe. In Divine Firmament Mainland, only half of the territory controlled by the 3 immortal kingdoms is occupied. Most of the remaining half is ownerless and contains all sorts of powerful living beings that are filled with danger and unknowns. Some of the spirit grounds are occupied by powerful itinerant cultivators. Some of the mountain ranges are occupied by terrifying demon beasts. Some of the blessed lands are under the jurisdiction of immortal sects. There are countless similar places. If you enter by mistake, your life will be in danger at any moment. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, how can I leave the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain after leaving the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom? Astral Rain said, after leaving the city, head south. If nothing goes wrong, given your cultivation, it might take you dozens of years to cross more than half of Divine Firmament Mainland's territory to reach the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Dozens of years. Su Zimo frowned slightly. That time estimate was under the most ideal conditions. According to Astral Rain, he had to experience countless dangers crossing those ownerless lands where various factions and powerful living beings resided. If anything were to happen during this period of time, it would be normal for him to take hundreds or even thousands of years. Isn't there any teleportation method? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Yes. Astral Rain said. However, the teleportation hall is located in the capitals of the 3 immortal kingdoms, the 4 immortal sects and Divine Firmament City. Without a special status, you can dream about entering the capitals of the 3 immortal kingdoms or the 4 immortal sections. As for Divine Firmament City, that's the territory of the Divine Firmament Immortal Emperor with countless experts living in seclusion. Even if you possess myriad transformations, you'll definitely reveal flaws there. Su Zimo shook his head. The path of using a teleportation formation was even more unrealistic. Where's the Green Firmament Immortal Domain? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Thunder Emperor had once told him that the human emperor, Lin Zhan, was in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain right now and controlled an immortal kingdom. The Green Firmament Immortal Domain is even further. Astral Rain shook his head. The south of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain is the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Further south is the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain, and further south is the green firmament immortal domain. That's 2 immortal domains in the middle, and it's even further. Su Zimo shook his head. Given his current capabilities, there was no way he could reach the green firmament immortal domain. Astral Rain thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Actually, if you can join one of the 4 immortal sects, you might be able to resolve this calamity." "For immortal sects?" Su Zimo murmured softly. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, he had come into contact with cultivators of the 4 immortal sections. The 4 immortal sects of Divine Firmament Mainland were the Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Imperial Wind Temple, Heaven and Earth Academy, and Flying Immortal Sect. Astral Rain said in a deep voice, "In the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, the 4 immortal sects are the only factions that can fight against the 3 immortal kingdoms. Although they are sects, their foundations are terrifying and are definitely not weaker than an immortal kingdom. If I can join one of the 4 immortal sects, will I be able to escape the threat of Prince Yuanzhua?" Su Zimo asked again. Astral Rain nodded and said, "More than 2,000 years ago, because of Feng Cantillon, Prince Yuan's status among the many princes and princesses of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom plummeted. The current prince and county governor of Green Cloud County have changed as well. Although you're being hunted by him, as long as you leave the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and join the 4 immortal sects, no matter how arrogant Yuanzhua is, he won't dare to capture anyone from the 4 immortal sects." However, Astral Rain wanted to speak, but stopped. However, Su Zimo asked. Astral Rain hesitated for a moment. "Given your current cultivation, it's probably unrealistic for you to join the 4 immortal sections. Let's forget about this matter." "Why?" Su Zimo frowned and asked, "What are the conditions required to join the 4 immortal sects?" "Every 100 years, the 4 immortal sects will hold an immortal sect selection in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The most talented and powerful Earth immortals of Divine Firmament Mainland will be gathered." Astral Rain said, "The entire selection will last for a year, and only 100 Earth immortals will be invited to join the 4 immortal sects in the end. There's a restriction on one's cultivation realm in the immortal sect selection." Su Zimo asked. "Not really, as long as you're an Earth immortal." Astral Rain said, "However, those taking part in the immortal sect selection are all top Earth immortal experts from all over Divine Firmament Mainland. The weakest among them are Grade 7 Earth immortals. The ones who stand out in the end are almost entirely Grade 9 Earth immortals. Although you have the help of the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper diagram, the difference in your cultivation realm is still too great. You won't stand a chance even if you take part in the immortal sect selection. The competition for the immortal sect selection is way too intense and cruel. If you're careless, your life might be in danger." When Astral Rain saw the corpses of the execution guards strewn all over the ground, he instinctively thought that these people had died in the hands of the people hunted down by the execution guards. He had not thought that Su Zimo had anything to do with their deaths. Chapter 2103 2103 Leaving the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. 2103 Leaving the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. He had doubts about whether there was anything wrong with the teleportation talisman as well. However, given Astral Rain's cultivation realm, there was truly no need for him to go through so much trouble to deal with Su Zimo. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo tore the teleportation talisman apart. The shards of the talisman spun continuously, and a dark spatial tunnel appeared in midair. Su Zimo walked in. When traveling through the spatial tunnel, one could not sense the passage of space and time or the weight of their bodies. All their senses would be greatly weakened. An unknown period of time passed. After a few breaths, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he felt his body lighten as he fell rapidly from midair. He controlled his body hurriedly and released his spirit consciousness on guard. There was no danger in the surroundings, and it was empty. He had already left the spatial tunnel. In the distant horizon, a gigantic ancient city could be vaguely seen. Speeding in the direction of the ancient city, Zimo recognized before long that there were 3 words written on the ancient city: Seven Feather City. Seven Feather City was an ancient city at the southern border of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. This teleportation talisman had indeed teleported Zimo to the borders of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. As long as he passed through this ancient city, he would leave the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. At that time, with the help of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he would be able to roam freely. Zimo disguised himself as a sickly young cultivator. His face was yellow and his lips were pale without any color. He did not encounter any obstacles when he entered Seven Feather City. When he left Seven Feather City, many city guards checked on him many times and asked him some questions. Unlike other cities, the ancient cities at the borders were heavily guarded. Zimo had long prepared for answers and managed to leave the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom safely. After speeding for a while, Zimo stopped and turned around. He looked deeply in the direction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom with a cold gaze. Thereafter, he followed the map and sprinted in the direction of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. 13 execution guards died in Solar Luna County, incurring the wrath of the county governor. At the same time, Prince Yuanzhua, who was in Solar Luna County, received the news as well. He brought a commander of the execution guards, Lone Star, and a group of Earth execution guards to the location of the incident. Back then, Prince Yuanzhua was shocked by the heir of King Jin and was scared out of his wits. When the heir of King Jin wanted him to get rid of all the remnant knight forces in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, there was no way he could disobey. Because of Feng Santian's escape, King Jin was enraged and removed his authority in Green Cloud County, as well as perfected Immortal Jing used Green Cloud County governor position. Over the years, apart from chasing after Zimo, Prince Yuanzhua spent most of his time traveling around the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom to search for and exterminate the survivors of Remnant Night. He did not dare to relax at all with the warning of the heir of King Jin. The days of peace and comfort were long gone. Right now, Prince Yuanzhua was exhausted from the workload. Among the many princes and princesses, his status was already ranked below average. More importantly, the true body that he had tirelessly and painstakingly condensed was crippled, and the prime body was implicated at the critical juncture of breaking through to the perfected One Realm. Without a huge opportunity, he might never be able to become a perfected immortal. With a single mistake, he fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Everything that happened after that, the Jade Talisman was snatched away and he was injured by the heir of King Jin. Everything was because of a single person. Zimo. Chapter 2104. 2104 Emergence of the Zither Immortal. 2104 Emergence of the Zither Immortal. Solar Luna County. By the time Prince Yuanzhua arrived with the commander of the execution guards, Lone Star, and a group of Earth execution guards, many cultivators were already gathered at the scene. Apart from some execution guards, there were also immortal soldiers guarding the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom that sealed the vicinity. The county governor of Solar Luna County was also here. Greetings, Your Highness. When the Solar Luna County governor saw Prince Yuanzhua arrive, he cupped his fists and greeted. Although Prince Yuanzhua's status had decreased over the years, and he had lost the rule of Green Cloud County, he still had the bloodline of King Jin. The county governor of Solar Luna County did not dare to be negligent and retain the most basic respect for him. Of course, Prince Yuanzhua could not command the county governor of Solar Luna County either. What happened? Prince Yuanzhua entered the center and swept his gaze across some traces of the battlefield, asking with a frown. There was nothing left on the battlefield except piles of ashes. In the ashes, there were even a few fragments of the black gold feather armor that had not been completely incinerated. There are almost no valuable clues. 13 Earth execution guards died, including 3 commanders. The county governor of Solar Luna County said in a deep voice, "According to the information I received, these Earth execution guards should have been ordered by Princess Meng Yao to hunt down a man and woman. However, all of those execution guards were annihilated here." Right then, an immortal light sped over from afar and arrived before them in the blink of an eye, emitting a tremendous might. It was a woman. She was tall and wore plain blue palace robes. Her face was fair and flawless. Her black hair was tied into a bun, and she had an extraordinary aura. Many cultivators present were stunned when they saw the woman, as though they had lost their souls. However, the woman exuded a cold and extremely dangerous aura that prevented strangers from approaching, causing many cultivators to sober up right away. "What are you guys looking at? Kneel down and greet Princess Meng Yao." The county governor of Solar Luna County hollered and swept his gaze across the surrounding immortal soldier guards. The guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom usually did not have the chance to see the true appearance of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Now that they saw her, they were deeply attracted to her peerless beauty and could not extricate themselves. Many execution guards reacted right away and knelt down to greet. Most of the surrounding guards snapped out of their stupor after being reminded by the county governor of Solar Luna County. They lowered their heads hurriedly and knelt on the ground. There were also dozens of guards who were still motionless, looking at Meng Yao in a daze. This was Princess Meng Yao, one of the 4 great fairies, the Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Notwithstanding the sound of Fairy Meng Yao's zither, that face alone was enough to captivate them. The 4 fairies had been famous for many years. All of them had different personalities and unique characteristics. However, the faces of the 4 fairies could be said to be the best in the divine firmament immortal domain. Even in the 9 firmament immortal domain, they were top-tier beauties. Otherwise, they would not have been qualified to be called the 4 great fairies. "Qin Shuang, it's time to discipline your guards," Meng Yao said slowly and coldly. "You are right, Princess Meng Yao. When we go back, I'll punish the dozens of guards severely and let them remember today's lesson." The county governor of Solar Luna County said hurriedly. Meng Yao said indifferently, "There's no need to go back. I'll discipline these people for you today." The moment she said that, Meng Yao extended her slender fingers and flicked the void. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a zither sounded in midair. The eyes of the dozens of guards exploded and blood spurted out. Ah! The dozens of guards let out tragic cries. Right from the beginning, Meng Yao did not even look at them. She could not be bothered to look at them. "On account that you guys are guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, I'm giving you a small punishment by blinding your eyes." Although Meng Yao's words were filled with killing intent, they seemed to have a magical power, and her voice was indescribably pleasant. The dozens of guards were blinded and endured the pain. However, strange and infatuated smiles appeared on their faces, as though they were extremely satisfied and excited. "It's worth it, even if I have to go blind to be able to see Fairy Meng Yao's face in this lifetime. I no longer have any regrets in my life after hearing Fairy Meng Yao speak to me." The dozens of guards merely took a single look at Meng Yao and were subdued. Even if they were blinded, they did not have any resentment. When she heard that, Fairy Meng Yao was not enraged. Instead, her beautiful eyes seemed to smile. She loved the feeling of others bowing down to her. "Sister Meng Yao, you've really gotten prettier after so many years." Prince Yuanzhu hurried forward and said with a smile, "I couldn't even recognize you right away," thinking that a beautiful fairy had descended. Meng Yao was indeed worthy of those praises. However, Prince Yuanzhu's words were more or less pandering and flattering. Even if Meng Yao could sense it, she would not expose him. She enjoyed the feeling of being praised and admired by everyone. She was confident. She was deserving of any and every praise out there. Yuanzhua, it's been a long time. Princess Meng, Yao nodded slightly. The two of them were from different mothers and did not have a deep relationship. However, no matter what, both of them had the bloodline of King Jin flowing through their bodies. Meng Yao's reply to Prince Yuan's was served as a greeting. Any clues? Meng Yao turned to look at the county governor of Solar Luna County and asked in a deep voice, "This place was burned to ashes by a fire. I haven't gained anything yet." The county governor of Solar Luna County shook his head. Although Princess Meng Yao did not control any territory in the great Jin immortal kingdom, apart from the heir of King Jin, she was second among the many descendants of King Jin. It was not only because Princess Meng Yao was a legacy disciple of Flying Immortal Sect and was strong in combat, but also because she was the Zither Immortal. The Zither Immortal's influence was extremely great and was even above the heir of King Jin. Therefore, Princess Meng Yao could even command all the county governors of the great Jin immortal kingdom. Sister Meng Yao, let Lone Star try using the blood guidance secret skill. Prince Yuan's was stood out hurriedly and made a suggestion. Lone Star did not dare to hesitate and channeled his secret skill hurriedly, attempting to gather the blood in the area to sense the direction. However, a long time later, Lone Star dispersed his dermic formulation and shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, I can't sense it. It's as though it's blocked by some power." Meng Yao pondered for a moment. It must be because of those two treasures. The soul-reaping zither and the fallen soul flute were two ferocious weapons of the ancient era that could isolate the detection of blood guidance. Humph. Meng Yao sneered and thought to herself, "I'll come out personally this time round and catch the two of you ants." At that thought, she sped into the distance. Before long, her voice sounded, "Get all the Heaven Execution Guards of Solar Luna County out and search for those two with all your might." "Understood." The county governor of Solar Luna County bowed and replied. It was clear how much Meng Yao valued this matter by using the Heaven Execution Guards of a county to search for two Earth Immortals. Prince Yuan's were raised his brow slightly and looked at Lone Star, saying softly, "Let's go too. We can't interfere in this matter." "Yes." Lone Star replied. Chapter 2105, 2105 a month. 2105 a month. Su Zimo advanced in the direction of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, according to the map. He encountered dangers along the way as well. Thankfully, he was already a Grade 6 Earth Immortal now. With the treasures such as the health suppression tripod and many powerful methods, he could already protect himself and was safe. Dangers lurked everywhere as he traveled with all his might, and Su Zimo did not dare to divert his attention to cultivate. Although he had accumulated a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi in his body after receiving the inheritance of the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, he still did not have the chance to absorb and refine it. Therefore, his cultivation realm was still at the level of a Grade 6 Earth Immortal. 2 months later, Su Zimo finally caught sight of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Even without checking against the map, he was certain that the endless and majestic mountain range before him was the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Astral Rain was not wrong. Anyone who was here could not ignore the majestic mountain range before them. Arriving in the vicinity, the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range on the map became increasingly clear and transformed into a curved, pitch-black, thick line that crossed almost the entire divine firmament mainland, splitting it into two. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range could no longer be judged purely by its length. The terrain of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range was complex and varied. Some regions meandered like a divine dragon traveling, while others formed a circle like a divine dragon coiling around with a celestial charm. Su Zimo continued forward. Before long, he heard a commotion ahead. There were many figures densely packed on the mountain range. For gigantic auspicious clouds floated in the skies of Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Hundreds of people stood on them and looked down. It was only when he approached coiling Dragon Mountain Range that Su Zimo truly experienced the grandeur of the immortal sect selection. Many cultivators stood at the peak of the mountain range. At a glance, there were at least millions of cultivators, and it was bustling. Those cultivators had different cultivation realms: Black Immortals, Earth Immortals, and Heaven Immortals. Some of them were itinerant cultivators, while others were cultivators of some sects and factions. Gathered together, they glared at the bottom of the mountain range and exclaimed or cheered from time to time. Su Zimo soared into the air. Before long, he arrived at the peak and looked down as well. Beneath the mountain range, a gigantic water barrier rose slightly and hovered in midair. Images were reflected on the water barrier, and it could be seen clearly that some cultivators were fighting with their lives. Some were walking alone, and some were escaping with all their might. The water barrier was similar to the Mirage Mirror and could reflect many situations in an area on the water barrier. Su Zimo looked around and arrived beside a Black Immortal, coughing gently. The Black Immortal was shocked by the voice and turned back. "Let me ask you a few things." Su Zimo's expression was calm and his tone was indifferent. "Exalted Immortal, please speak." The Black Immortal could not figure out Su Zimo's background. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation realm was not high, he did not dare to delay and replied hurriedly, "Tell me about the rules of the immortal sect selection." Su Zimo did not beat around the bush and asked straightforwardly. The Black Immortal was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly. The immortal sect selection is actually a gathering of many Earth immortal experts to kill one another. The terrain of this coiling Dragon Mountain Range surrounds itself internally and forms a valley. I heard that experts of the 4 immortal sects once joined forces and used this terrain to set up a sealed formation. The water barrier below can reflect the situation in the valley at any moment. The Black Immortal explained as he pointed to the valley formed by coiling Dragon Mountain Range. "How many Earth Immortals are taking part in the immortal sect selection this time round?" Su Zimo asked. The Black Immortal said before the selection began, the 4 immortal sects announced a total of 180,451 people. So many. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Those participating in the immortal sect selection were not ordinary Earth Immortals. Those who dared to take part in the immortal sect selection were all top-tier Earth Immortal experts, and the weakest were Grade 7 Earth Immortals. The fact that 180,000 top Earth Immortals were gathered here was proof of how attractive the 4 immortal sects were to many cultivators. What was even more cruel was that only 100 of the 180,000 top Earth Immortals would be selected in the end. The competition was way too intense. The fact that they could take part in the immortal sect selection meant that they had already surpassed most Earth Immortals. Even in this group, only 100 of the most outstanding Earth Immortals were selected to join the 4 immortal sects. Su Zimo glared at a pair of cultivators fighting in the water barrier below. One of them was defeated and was severely injured. Just as he was about to die in the other party's hands, the person suddenly took out a golden badge. Immediately after, the golden badge shone with a golden light, forming a golden barrier that protected the person and blocked all the attacks of the cultivator opposite him. Thereafter, a vortex appeared above the heads of the 2 people. It dragged the severely injured cultivator outside, but left the golden badge in his hands in the valley. Before entering the vortex, the storage bag on the person's waist suddenly exploded and dozens of identical golden badges appeared. The cultivator on the other end waved his hand and put away the dozens of badges with a delighted expression. The cultivator that was taken away by vortex was thrown out of the battlefield and landed outside coiling Dragon Mountain Range with a sorry expression. "What's that golden badge?" Su Zimo asked. "That's the coiling dragon badge issued by the 4 immortal sections. Every Earth Immortal participating in the immortal sect selection has one." The Black Immortals said, "If you truly can't defeat your enemy in the valley below or encounter a life and death crisis, inject your essence chi into the coiling dragon badge and activate the golden barrier. Your life will then be saved. Of course, that also means failure. You will be taken away from the battlefield and leave your coiling dragon badge in the valley." Pausing for a moment, the Black Immortals said, "Right, there's one more thing. The Immortal Sect selection will last for a year. No matter how many people are left on the battlefield in the end, the 100 people who obtain the most coiling dragon badges will be the final victors." Su Zimo nodded slightly. That way, it could avoid the situation where cultivators hid passively and avoided challenges until the end. Su Zimo thought of something else. There was a high chance that the rules of Absolute Thunder City's 10 Absolute Hell were copied from the Immortal Sect selection, and the two were similar. However, the 10 Absolute Hell was in a killing mode, and there was no other way out. At the very least, the Immortal Sect selection left a chance of survival for the Earth Immortals who entered the battlefield. As long as one knew how to give up and activated the coiling dragon badge at a critical juncture, they would definitely not die. Su Zimo thought of an extremely critical matter and suddenly asked, "How long more before the Immortal Sect selection ends?" "There's only a month left." The Black Immortal pointed to the valley. There were originally more than 180,000 Earth Immortal experts. After more than half a year of competition, there are only slightly more than 1,000 left on the battlefield. It'll end soon. A month. Su Zimo's gaze was deep as he looked at the valley below and murmured, "That's enough time." Chapter 2106, 2106 Princess, Scarlet Rainbow. 2106 Princess, Scarlet Rainbow. Actually, Su Zimo was in no hurry to take part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round. As long as he cultivated in peace and absorbed and refined all the heaven and earth essence chi in his body before entering seclusion for a period of time, he might even have a chance to break through to become a grade 7 Earth Immortal. At that time, he would have a greater chance and advantage if he participated in the Immortal Sect selection. However, even for the next Immortal Sect selection, he would have to wait another 100 years. Although 100 years seemed short, there were many unpredictable changes that could happen. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo had always felt uneasy. Perhaps it was the pressure from the great Gene Immortal Kingdom, the threat of King Yinyu, or some other unimaginable danger. Su Zimo wanted to get out of his current predicament as soon as possible. For others, a month was extremely pressing. However, it was enough for him. With more than 180,000 Earth Immortal experts taking part in the Immortal Sect selection, it meant that there were an equivalent number of coiling dragon badges in the valley. If Su Zimo could obtain around 1,800 coiling dragon badges, he would be able to get into the top 100 to win. Ah, hurry, look. Princess Scarlet Rainbow won. Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated another person and obtained quite a number of coiling dragon badges. She should have more than 3,000 badges in total. A series of exclamations sounded from the side. Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Right now, he was a little sensitive when he heard about cultivators with titles of princes and princesses. Which Immortal Kingdom is Princess Scarlet Rainbow from? She's also here for the Immortal Sect selection? Su Zimo asked softly. Princess Scarlet Rainbow is from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. The Black Immortal pointed at a young girl on the water barrier with a look of admiration. The girl had a high ponytail and wore a red martial arts outfit. Her waist was slender and she had a ribbon tied around it. She wore red cloud boots and looked extremely heroic. Dozens of blood-red flying swords circled around the girl. Their sword chi surged into the skies, and they were extremely sharp. No one dared to approach them. The Black Immortal paused for a moment before saying, "Over the years, some of the princes and princesses of the various Immortal Kingdoms will choose to take part in the Immortal Sect selection as well. hoping to join the four immortal sects and learn some dermic daos that are different from their own countries. Princess Meng, Yao, was such a cultivator. Of course, in Su Zimo's opinion, apart from what this person said about learning different dermic daos, there should be another reason why the princes and princesses of the various immortal kingdoms chose to join the four immortal sections. It was to use the princes and princesses as a bridge to establish a connection with the four immortal sects lest there were too many conflicts. The top factions of the divine firmament immortal domain were way too massive and intertwined. They would try their best to control themselves and not cause too many conflicts. Of course, when he heard that, Su Zimo's confidence in the four immortal sects increased. Even as princes and princesses, there were no shortcuts to joining the four immortal sects. They had to take part in the immortal sect selection. That alone was enough to prove that the four immortal sects were indeed existences that could fight against the three immortal kingdoms. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the two factions with many cultivators in unison and uniform attire. Those cultivators were disciplined and did not discuss and whisper to one another like the other cultivators. It was clear that they were an army of cultivators from the immortal kingdoms. Among them, there was a place where the army's attire was mainly scarlet. If he was not wrong, it should be the camp of the Yen-Yang immortal kingdom. From the looks of it, there were at least tens of thousands of them. The black immortal followed Su Zimo's gaze and smiled. Because Princess Scarlet Rainbow is here to take part in the immortal sect selection, the army of the Yen-Yang immortal kingdom is here as well to support her. Su Zimo nodded slightly and looked at the other side. The attire of the army in this camp was different from the Great Jin immortal kingdom. If he was not wrong, it should be the Zixian immortal kingdom of the three immortal kingdoms. The black immortal said, apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow, a prince of the Zixian immortal kingdom is also extremely strong and can be called a monster incarnate. He killed everyone in this valley and has yet to meet his match. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, Prince Yun Ting? And no. The black immortal waved it off, repeatedly. Prince Yun Ting is way too proud. He doesn't care to take part in the immortal sect selection, nor does he want to join the four immortal sections. An earth immortal at the side said emotionally, Prince Yun Ting once said that he could defeat all disciples of the four immortal sects of the same cultivation realm with his sword. That did sound like Yun Ting. Yun Ting was also the strongest opponent Su Zimo had encountered in the same cultivation realm since he ascended. Recalling the scenes of his fight with Yun Ting, Su Zimo could not help but smile and say casually, You're not old, but you sure are arrogant, huh? After saying that, the discussions around them suddenly went silent. Many cultivators turned around and looked at Su Zimo with strange gazes. When the Earth Immortal at the side saw that Su Zimo was a little lost, as though he truly did not know, he sighed. Not long after Prince Yun Ting said that, around 500 years ago, he visited the four immortal sects and challenged the Earth Immortal experts of the four immortal sections. At that time, Prince Yun Ting was only a grade 7 Earth Immortal. He challenged a total of 32 Earth Immortal experts of the four immortal sects. At that point, the Earth Immortal paused for a moment. He won all 32 battles. Although he was only a grade 7 Earth Immortal, he was already invincible in the Earth Essence realm. How domineering is that? Although Prince Yun Ting did not take part in the fight for the Earth ranking, everyone knows that he's the number 1 Earth Immortal. It was clear that the surrounding cultivators had heard of this matter before. Now that Yun Ting was mentioned, they were all shocked. This matter was indeed extremely sensational back then. However, Su Zimo was in seclusion in Astral Sect all year round and had almost no contact with outsiders. Naturally, he had not heard of this matter. The Earth Immortal said, Prince Yun Ting is not bragging. He does have the strength and qualifications. I heard that ever since Prince Yun Ting appeared, he has fought countless battles and roamed the 9 firmament immortal domain. He fought against countless paragons and monster incarnates, and has never tasted defeat. What sort of a battle record is that? Indeed, impressive. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Su Zimo won the battle between the two of them in the Emperor's tomb. However, his remark was not perfunctory. The environment of the Emperor's tomb was special after all. Be it him or Yun Ting, neither of them released their full combat strength. If the two of them were to fight again, it would be hard to predict who would win. Su Zimo recalled something and suddenly asked, Yun Ting was already a grade 7 Earth immortal 500 years ago. What's his cultivation now? No one knows about that. The Earth immortal shook his head. I reckon that he might have already cultivated to become a grade 9 Earth immortal. Su Zimo was silent. He had the green lotus true body and sufficient cultivation resources. His cultivation speed was already extremely rare in history. To think that Yun Ting's cultivation speed would be even faster than his. He did not have any deep feud with Yun Ting. On the contrary, Su Zimo had a good impression of Yun Ting. Although the two of them had a conflict, and Yun Ting was proud and conceited, he had never bullied with numbers or hit someone when they were down. Su Zimo still remembered everything that happened clearly. Just as the two of them were fighting, Feng Xian suddenly attacked him. However, Yun Ting ignored Su Zimo's attacks and changed his target decisively, wanting to kill Feng Xian on the spot. Su Zimo did not continue attacking Yun Ting and chose to turn to deal with Feng Xian as well. At that moment, the two of them formed a tacit understanding. Chapter 2107. 2107 Provocation? 2107 Provocation. The Yang Ruoxu that this person was referring to wore a white robe and sat on a bamboo chair. His posture was upright and his complexion was bronze. His face was defined and his gaze was bright as he looked at the water barrier below with a focused expression. The one on the right is Imperial Wind Temple, and their leader is Heaven Immortal Green Peak. It's said that he's a strong contender for the top 10 of the next Heaven ranking. Before long, the Black Immortal introduced the situation of the 4 immortal sects to Su Zimo. Is there any way to take part in the immortal sect selection now? Su Zimo asked. Now. The Black Immortal was slightly stunned and could not understand what Su Zimo meant. The immortal sect selection this time round is about to end. You can only take part in the next one. He would have to wait another 100 years for the next immortal sect selection. Su Zimo did not want to wait. He looked up at the 4 auspicious clouds floating in the skies and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he soared into the air and flew in the direction of the 4 immortal sections. Apart from the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects, even the army of cultivators from the 2 immortal kingdoms had to watch from the peak. Su Zimo soared into the air and arrived above the heads of millions of cultivators, attracting many gazes. He did not mind being the center of attraction. Right now, he had the Trinity Auspicious Jade and was disguised as a skinny young man. No one could tell his background. Furthermore, if he wanted to take part in the immortal sex election, he would have to attract the attention of this millions of cultivators sooner or later. There were also cultivators from the 4 immortal sects who noticed Su Zimo. Who's there? What are you doing up here? A few Earth immortal cultivators of the immortal sects stood out and hollered. Something happened in between, and I was delayed on the way. I want to take part in the immortal sect selection this time round. Exalted immortals, please permit me. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and raised his head slightly with cupped fists. After saying that, there was a momentary tranquility in the initially noisy, coiling Dragon Mountain range. Immediately after, a commotion broke out mixed with mockery and ridicule. Does that person know what he's talking about? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A grade 6 Earth immortal has the courage to jump out and want to partake in the immortal sect selection. I'm already a grade 7 Earth immortal, but I didn't even dare to take part. People should really know their own limits. That person looks sickly and his face is withered. He's dispirited, and I might be able to take his life if I push wind in his direction with my palm. Another grade 6 Earth Immortal declared proudly. The Black Immortal who spoke to Su Zimo initially was shocked as well. Some of the surrounding Earth Immortals shook their heads. I realized that this person was abnormal earlier on. He actually spouted nonsense and said that Prince Yunting was arrogant. That person might be delirious and was spouting nonsense. Initially, many cultivators were watching the battle. However, the appearance of this scene attracted the attention of all the cultivators and caused them to burst into laughter. The leaders of the 4 immortal sects, such as Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu, merely glanced at Su Zimo indifferently before attracting their gazes. A grade 6 Earth Immortal was not enough to attract their attention. Are you causing trouble? A grade 8 Earth Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy stood out and looked at Su Zimo coldly, saying slowly, or perhaps, "You're provoking our 4 immortal sects." With this accusation, this grade 8 Earth Immortal could even strike to kill Su Zimo in public. Whoa. Many cultivators could sense the killing intent in that person's words and could smell a hint of blood as they cheered. Chapter 2108, 2108 Attention of Everyone. 2108 Attention of Everyone. Lu Wenbin. Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy said indifferently, "Just chase him away. There's no need to kill him." The grade 8 Earth Immortal named Lu Wenbin bowed hurriedly. "You're not going to leave by yourself." Lu Wenbin turned to Su Zimo and hollered coldly. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "I'm not here to cause trouble or provoke you. I just want to take part in the immortal sect selection." Ha ha ha. Another series of laughter sounded from the mountain range below. Humph. Lu Wenbin's expression darkened as he released the might of his spirit consciousness toward Su Zimo, saying coldly, "Get the hell down!" Lu Wenbin's spirit consciousness pressure did not have much offensive power, nor did he use his full strength. He merely wanted to make Su Zimo suffer and embarrass himself in front of everyone. Although he only released the power of a level 6 Earth Essence Realm Spirit Consciousness. As a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, he cultivated an extremely famous spirit consciousness cultivation technique. Naturally, his spirit consciousness was much purer and more condensed than other cultivators. He could almost see the sickly young man falling from midair onto the mountain range in a wretched manner. However, when his spirit consciousness descended, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He stood in midair motionlessly as though he was not affected at all. This scene made Lu Wenbin feel embarrassed and infuriated. Even the laughter from below sounded piercing to him, as though someone was mocking him for not being able to deal with a grade 6 Earth Immortal. "Get the hell down!" Lu Wenbin shouted once more. This time round, he had no intention of holding back and released the full power of a grade 8 Earth Immortal's spirit consciousness, wanting to blast Su Zimo down from midair. Su Zimo's expression did not change and his body swayed slightly. However, he still stood in midair and looked in the direction of the 4 immortal sects with a resolute gaze. Oh! This time round, it attracted the attention of the other cultivators of the 4 immortal sections. The fact that he could withstand the spirit consciousness pressure of a grade 8 Earth Immortal meant that the essence spirit realm of this grade 6 Earth Immortal was definitely not too low. It was at least at the level of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. He was only at the level 6 Earth Essence realm, but his essence spirit was at the level 8 Earth Essence realm. That was rare. The laughter in Coiling Dragon Mountain range gradually died down as well. The scene before them had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the scene that they were looking forward to did not happen. This person seems to have some tricks up his sleeves. Fufu, what's wrong with that? The grade 8 Earth Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy did not even truly attack and merely released a single spirit consciousness pressure. If he had truly attacked this person, he would have been crippled a long time ago. That's right. If this person pushes his luck and angers Heaven and Earth Academy, not only will he be embarrassed, he might even lose his life. Many cultivators pouted and shook their heads with disdainful expressions. Indeed, Lu Wenbin's expression turned extremely terrible. He had attacked twice but could not chase Su Zimo down. At that moment he felt his face burn. Not only did he embarrass himself, this might even affect Heaven and Earth Academy. If word were to spread that disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy could not even suppress an ordinary grade 6 Earth Immortal, it would be utterly humiliating, and he did not wish for that to happen. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With a cold expression, Lu Wenbin slapped his storage bag and a flying sword soared into the skies, turning into a streak of light that circled around him. This person looks interesting. Why don't we ask him over? Heaven Immortal White, Sea of Flying Immortal Sect, waved his folding fan gently and said with a smile, I'm a little bored from watching this Immortal Sect selection. Sure, let's let him over. Heaven Immortal Green Peak of Imperial Wind Temple smirked and said slowly with a mocking look in his eyes. This. Lu Wenbin was stunned. Although he was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, now that 2 Heaven Immortals had spoken, it was not appropriate for him to attack without permission. He turned to look at his senior brother, Yang Ruoxu. Yang Ruoxu remained silent as a silent acknowledgement. Helpless, Lu Wenbin could only glare at Su Zimo viciously before returning to his formation. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and continued, rising into the air, arriving before the 4 immortal sects. He cupped his fists in thanks to Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others. This time round, all the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects looked at Su Zimo. Even the 4 Heaven Immortal experts, Heaven Immortal White Sea, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak, looked at Su Zimo. This was an unimaginable invisible pressure. If it was anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy against experts of the 4 immortal sects and 4 Heaven Immortals, who had been famous for many years and whose cultivation realms far surpassed theirs. The gazes of the 4 Heaven Immortals were like daggers. It was only logical if one was at a loss and drenched in sweat. However, Su Zimo stood in front of the 4 immortal sects with a calm expression the entire time. He did not avoid the gazes of the 4 Heaven Immortals, nor did he look guilty. Everything else aside, his courage and boldness surpassed ordinary people. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly with a hint of approval in his deep eyes. Although Heaven Immortal White Sea, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak did not say anything, they praised internally. Up till this point of the immortal sect selection, the number of cultivators in the valley decreased, and there were only slightly more than 1,000 left. The frequency of the battles gradually decreased as well. Many cultivators focused their attention on Su Zimo. He was the center of attention. Everyone wanted to see what this seemingly weak young man was up to. You want to take part in the immortal sect selection. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and asked with a smile, Do you know the cultivation realms of the cultivators taking part in the immortal sect selection? My cultivation realm isn't too high, but my methods aren't weak. Su Zimo said, How arrogant. He truly doesn't know his place. Many cultivators scoffed. To others, Su Zimo's words naturally sounded like bragging. However, in reality, he was already being humble. Do you know that there's only a month left for the immortal sect selection and the number of people is decreasing? It'll also be increasingly difficult for you to obtain enough coiling dragon badges. Heaven Abyss asked. Su Zimo said, Exalted Immortal, you're right. However, the less time there is, the fewer people there will be. At the same time, it means that the remaining cultivators will have more coiling dragon badges in their storage bags. If I'm lucky and manage to defeat dozens of people, I will be able to obtain enough coiling dragon badges. The initial 180,000 coiling dragon badges were now in the hands of 1,000-odd people. Some Earth Immortal experts might have hundreds or even thousands of coiling dragon badges in their storage bags. If Su Zimo could defeat them, he could naturally take over all the coiling dragon badges in their possession. Suddenly, Yang Ruoxa spoke. You're right. But have you ever thought that the remaining 1,000-odd Earth Immortal experts only managed to survive till now after more than 10 months of bloodshed? Indeed, there are many coiling dragon badges in the storage bags of these Earth Immortals. However, these people are not to be trifled with either. Yang Ruoxa was not wrong. There were not many Grade 7 Earth Immortals left in the valley right now, and almost all of them were Grade 8 or 9 Earth Immortals. As time passed by, the remaining Earth Immortals in the valley would become stronger and more terrifying. Yang Ruoxa said, You're not old to be able to cultivate to this realm. Your talent should not be bad. Why don't you wait to take part in the Immortal Sect selection 100 years later? At that time, you can be more confident of your odds as well. Chapter 2109. 2109 Surrounded by Wolves. 2109 Surrounded by Wolves. Su Zimo could tell that Yang Ruoxa was reminding him out of goodwill. If not for the pressure and some invisible threats, Su Zimo would not have been in a hurry to take part in the Immortal Sect selection. However, he was different from others. He did not know what changes would happen if he waited for 100 years. Su Zimo was silent for a moment before saying with cupped fists, I still want to take part in the Immortal Sect selection this time round. Exalted Immortals, please agree to it. Humph. In the crowd, Lu Wenbin sneered and muttered, You don't know what's good for you. Suddenly, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, It's not impossible to take part in the Immortal Sect selection midway. However, there's a condition. What condition? Su Zimo asked. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said slowly, You can't bring a coiling dragon badge in. All the cultivators participating in the Immortal Sect selection had coiling dragon badges that could save their lives at critical moments. Despite that, 30,000 cultivators were dead after half a year. There were even more cultivators who were severely injured with destroyed physical bodies. In the battles, there were often cultivators who hesitated and died before they could even take out their coiling dragon badges, or those who were killed by attacks that came out of nowhere. The fights in the Immortal Sect selection were not restrained. They were filled with bloodshed and killing. The fact that he can't bring the coiling dragon badge into the valley means that he won't have any life preservation methods. Not necessarily. He can defeat the others and steal their coiling dragon badges. Fufu, the people remaining, are all ruthless. It won't be so easy to snatch a badge. If that person is unlucky and lands beside some ruthless person when he enters the valley, he'll die the moment he goes down. After Heaven Immortal Green Peak said that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and said leisurely, That's a good suggestion. If you take part in the Immortal Sect selection midway, you'll have to be different from others and bear greater danger. That's more fair. Although Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxa did not express anything, they were in silent acknowledgement as well. Participating in the Immortal Sect selection midway was a violation of the rules. If one wanted to violate the rules, they would have to undertake greater risks. No problem. Su Zimo said. Is he crazy? He even agreed to that? I think he hasn't experienced the bloodshed of the Immortal Sect selection and doesn't know how terrifying it is inside. He truly doesn't know his place. Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxa frowned slightly as well. There was another reason why the two of them acknowledged it earlier on. They hoped that Su Zimo would back off and come again next time. To think that Su Zimo would agree to it without hesitation. All right, Heaven immortal, white sea closed his folding fan and praised loudly, "Courageous! I like it." Heaven immortal green, peak revealed a hint of interest as well. By now he had looked at the people in the valley for half a year and was bored of them. Now that someone who was not afraid of death had appeared, it was unknown what sort of ripples he might bring about when he was thrown into the valley. At that moment no one realized it. Throwing Sue Zimmo into the valley would not bring about ripples, but raging tides. The impact of the subsequent development of this matter would be so great that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Heaven immortal green peak stood up and asked in a deep voice, "If you're prepared, I'll send you into the valley." "Thank you." Sue Zimmo nodded. Heaven immortal green peak waved his sleeves, and a tremendous essence chi enveloped Sue Zimmo's body, carrying him rapidly into a spot on the water barrier with ripples forming. When Heaven Abyss and Yang Ruoxu saw that, they frowned and glared at Heaven immortal green peak at the side. Others might not be able to tell, but both of them could tell that Heaven immortal green peak was clearly up to no good by choosing this landing spot for Sue Zimmo. Yang Ruoxu sneered, "Green Peak, what's the difference between your move and killing him directly?" "Haha." Green Peak burst into laughter. "That's not for sure. I can tell that this lad must definitely have some qualities superior to others for him to be this courageous. That's more interesting." Heaven immortal white sea waved his folding fan and said with a smile. The hundreds of cultivators on coiling Dragon Mountain Range stared at Sue Zimmo's landing spot as well and gradually realized what was going on. Where did that person land? The key to how long this person can live is his landing spot. If he lands in an uninhabited area, he might be able to last a few days. If he lands beside some ruthless person, Look, he seems to have landed on. He fell into a crowd. The cultivators in the mountain range exclaimed, "It's Lai Feng and the others." They're the only group left in the valley with more than 100 people, right? It should be. The other groups have less than 10 people remaining. That person is doomed. He won't even have a chance to escape if he falls into the group of Lai Feng. As the immortal sect selection advanced, the remaining cultivators in the valley would often choose to join forces with others and form groups to try their best to hold out till the end. Apart from the fact that their leader, Lai Feng, was strong, the reason why this group could last till now was because they were smart. When they encountered true top-tier experts, such as Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Prince Yunlei, even if they had the advantage in numbers, they would avoid the battle. Under Lai Feng's lead, the group searched for cultivators whom they could deal with absolute confidence. Some lone cultivators that were not strong overall would be devoured mercilessly by Lai Feng's group. The cultivators watching from the mountain range praised that Lai Feng was cunning as a fox and savage as a wolf. Sue Zimmo was only a grade 6 Earth Immortal. One could imagine his outcome if he was surrounded by this group. Coiling Dragon Valley. The 100-odd cultivators led by Lai Feng were resting on a mountain peak. From this position, one could look into the distance and observe any activity from all directions. If they encountered any strong foes that they could not afford to offend, they could retreat at any moment. Right then, the water barrier in the skies shook. Right on the heels of that, a faint blue figure descended rapidly from the skies. Someone else is here. The cultivators, scattered all over the peak, looked up. Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as well and released his spirit consciousness, scanning the person. Level 6 Earth Essence Realm. Lai Feng grinned and declared, "Brothers, there's fresh meat." The cultivators in the valley did not know that Sue Zimmo did not have a coiling dragon badge with him. When Lai Feng's group saw this lone cultivator who was a grade 6 Earth Immortal, there was no way they would let him off. Many cultivators stood up one after another and looked at the figure in midair with ferocious gazes, as though they wanted to skin Sue Zimmo alive. From midair, Suzimo looked down and naturally caught sight of Lai Feng and the others. However, after he passed through the water barrier, he was shrouded by a faint blue barrier that enveloped his body. He could not control his body and could only let himself fall to the top of the mountain peak. He was surrounded by wolves. The moment Suzimo landed on the ground, the faint blue barrier on his body dissipated silently. The battle was on the verge. Chapter 2110 2110 Divine Powers 2110 Divine Powers. When Lai Feng saw that someone was already prepared to attack, he sat on the stone and waved it off. Don't worry, he can't run. Let me ask him a few questions first. Suzimo's spirit consciousness moved and he scanned his surroundings. There were more than 100 Earth Immortals, and most of them were Grade 9 Earth Immortals. Of course, he could fight. However, there was no need. He was a Grade 6 Earth Immortal and would definitely have to expose many trump cards in order to fight this group of people. He was here for the Immortal Sex Selection, and all he had to do was obtain enough coiling dragon badges. There were millions of cultivators watching outside, and he did not want to expose too much. Furthermore, he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with his surroundings. There was no need for him to fight this group of people head-on. A Grade 6 Earth Immortal like you is here to take part in the Immortal Sex Selection. Lai Feng looked askance at Suzimo and raised his brow. Yes, Suzimo replied. However, I don't have a coiling dragon badge with me. No coiling dragon badge? Who would believe you? You want to bluff your way through with such nonsense. The surrounding cultivators burst into laughter with relaxed expressions. Lai Feng frowned slightly and asked again, The Immortal Sex Selection is almost over. Why did you only come in now? It's exactly because I'm entering midway that I have no coiling dragon badge. Suzimo did not hide anything and told the truth. Lai Feng sneered with a disdainful expression. Naturally, he did not believe Suzimo's words and was about to wave his hand for the surrounding cultivators to attack. Suzimo's gaze intensified and he suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Boom! Instantly the ground shook. At that moment, the entire mountain shook slightly and countless rocks rolled down, causing dust to fly everywhere. Caught off guard, the many cultivators on the mountain peak staggered and jumped in shock. In that instant, Suzimo moved and charged out of the encirclement of many cultivators at an astonishing speed. When those cultivators saw that Suzimo was only a Grade 6 Earth Immortal, they naturally underestimated him and did not expect him to escape. Therefore, everyone's formation was a little scattered. The mountain shook violently, and everyone's positions became much more scattered. Suzimo seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement of more than 10 people and sped forward. Hold him back. Lai Feng was enraged and roared. The surrounding cultivators reacted instantly and moved one after another, summoning various dermic treasures to block in front of Suzimo. These cultivators who could remain in the valley were naturally not easy to deal with. Some of them released movement techniques, dermic treasures, immortal arts, and various divine powers. Although Suzimo broke out of the first layer of encirclement, he was stopped by the cultivators charging over from the side before long. He was blocked at the front and pursued at the back. Many divine powers and dermic treasures descended from midair. Just as it seemed like Suzimo had no way out, his figure flashed and he vanished from the spot. By the time he reappeared, he was already outside the encirclement. All the divine powers and dermic treasures missed. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Fufu, that person's reaction is quite fast. However, it's useless. He still can't escape. The difference in numbers and cultivation realm is too great. It's not so easy to break out of the encirclement. Where is he? Just as many cultivators were discussing, they realized that Suzimo had suddenly vanished. Look, over there. He seems to have escaped. What happened just now? A commotion broke out in the crowd. Above the mountain range, above the four auspicious clouds. When they saw Su Zimo's movement technique in the valley, the eyes of Heaven Immortal White Sea, Heaven Abyss, Yang Ruoxu, and Heaven Immortal Green Peak lit up. This movement technique is not bad, although it can't compare to teleportation. It's similar to Nether Swap. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly. Heaven Immortal Green Peak shook his head. He only caught them off guard. If the other party is prepared, this movement technique won't be of much use. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan and said leisurely, "From what I know, Lai Feng has backup plans everywhere he goes. The true danger has yet to come." Yang Ruoxu said, "No matter what, from his performance so far, be it in terms of reaction, attack, or judgment, he's not bad. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to break out of the first layer of encirclement if they were surrounded by Lai Feng's group." Coiling Dragon Valley. After Su Zimo broke out of the encirclement, he sped with all his might and released boundless golden light, ethereal wings, heavenly feet, and many other divine powers and secret skills. Electric arcs coiled around ethereal wings and created a thunderstorm with every flap. Those were Zephyr Thunder Wings from the Void Thunder Manual. Although Su Zimo was only a Grade 6 Earth Immortal, with so many secret skills and divine powers released, his speed had risen to an extremely terrifying level, and he could travel 500 kilometers instantly. Despite the fact that the ones chasing behind were all Grade 8 and 9 Earth Immortals, the distance between them and Su Zimo was gradually increasing. Even Lai Feng and the others with the fastest movement techniques could only hang behind Su Zimo temporarily, such that they did not fall behind. Lai Feng glared at Su Zimo's back view with a cold expression and smirked. Suddenly he conjured hand seals, and his spirit consciousness moved. At the same time, Su Zimo, who was speeding forward, felt a sense of danger. He stopped in his tracks as though he was possessed and changed directions, sprinting to the other side. Right in front of the area he was about to pass by originally, a gigantic net appeared on the ground. It was coiled with spikes and shone with dark light. It was clearly smeared with poison. If Su Zimo had not changed directions, he would have been captured by the poison net. But now that Su Zimo's direction had changed, the poison net instantly missed. Lai Feng frowned and harumphed coldly. However, he did not stop and continued chasing. As Su Zimo sprinted, his heart skipped a beat and he changed directions again without warning, charging towards a towering ancient tree at the side. Bang! The towering ancient tree was snapped by Su Zimo. The many cultivators watching outside the valley did not know what Su Zimo was doing. To everyone, such an action was completely unnecessary and would reduce their speed instead. But soon, everyone noticed something unusual. After the towering ancient tree broke, a figure was sent flying along with it. He spat out blood in midair and landed in the mud far away with a dispirited expression and feeble breathing. This was also a killing move set up by Lai Feng. This assassin was lying in ambush nearby and was fused with the towering ancient tree, such that no one could detect him. To think that Su Zimo would send this assassin flying before the latter could attack. That seemingly simple collision shattered all the bones in the assassin's body by Su Zimo. The assassin was scared out of his wits when he saw Su Zimo chasing after him. Hurriedly, he summoned his coiling dragon badge, and a vortex sucked him away, leaving behind a coiling dragon badge. Su Zimo did not stop at all. He picked up the coiling dragon badge and continued speeding. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, leaving Lai Feng and the others behind. Chapter 2111. 2111 Cat and Mouse? 2111 Cat and Mouse. Heavens, that person's movement technique is so fast. He managed to escape just like that. It's not that easy. The toll on him after releasing so many divine powers and secret skills is unimaginable. If they continue hunting him, he will die the moment his essence chi is depleted. This time round, the millions of cultivators on Coiling Dragon Mountain Range were attracted by the scene in the valley. Out of sympathy for the weak, many cultivators were secretly nervous and worried for Su Zimo. In midair, Heaven Abyss shook his head. This can't continue. This area is filled with forests and shrubs. He can't release his speed and won't be able to escape the pursuit of Lai Feng and the others completely. Right then, Su Zimo, who was in the valley, suddenly transformed after turning around the foot of a mountain. He shrank into a tiny ant and crawled slowly through the cracks of the rocks. 72 transformations. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly and murmured, "This choice was a little risky. If he used the 72 transformations and transformed into flora or insects, he could naturally hide his tracks. However, it also meant that he would lose his previous burst speed. After transforming into an ant, he had to crawl on the ground like the other ants. Once seen through, it was equivalent to no way out, and he would fall into danger once more. Before long, Lai Feng and the others caught up to this place, but realized that they had lost track of Su Zimo completely. What happened? Someone asked. Lai Feng frowned and said deeply, "There's no way he could have escaped so quickly. Search carefully and see if he's hiding nearby." Everyone released their spirit consciousnesses hurriedly and scanned the vicinity carefully, not missing any birds, beasts, flora, or insects. However, no one discovered Su Zimo's location. During this period of time, the spirit consciousnesses of cultivators swept past the ant that Su Zimo transformed into, but they did not notice anything unusual. Under normal circumstances, if Su Zimo used the greater divine power, the 72 transformations, although he transformed into an ant, he would definitely reveal an opening with traces of divine powers and aura. However, Su Zimo was using the Trinity Auspicious Jade right now. His transformation could practically hide from the entire world. After lingering for a long time, more than 100 cultivators caught up to them, but Lai Feng and the others could not find Su Zimo. Leader Lai Feng, that person must have escaped far away. Someone said, Lai Feng cursed. How unlucky. Where did this lad come from? I was a little careless. If we meet again, I'll definitely not let him off. What should we do now? Another person asked. Let's leave this place first. Glancing into the distance, Lai Feng seemed wary as he waved his hand and left with the 100-odd cultivators. Before long, the forest returned to normal. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Millions of cultivators watched everything with dumbfounded expressions. When Lai Feng and the others searched the area earlier on, everyone could clearly see through the water barrier that the ant that Su Zimo conjured was not far away from Lai Feng and the others. However, both parties passed just like that. Many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. This outcome had not only exceeded the expectations of the millions of cultivators in the mountain range. Even the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects in midair were surprised. Making a move to break out of the encirclement, dodging the killing dangers, knocking away the assassin who was lying in ambush, obtaining the Coiling Dragon badge, and eventually hiding from the entire world. His series of actions felt astonishing even at this point. Not only did that person who was bound to die not die, he even obtained a Coiling Dragon badge. This also meant that as long as this person was careful, he could at least survive in the valley. Not bad. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly. Although Heaven Abyss did not say much, it was already rare for him to give such praise. Yang Ruoxa nodded as well. Everything else aside, that reaction and judgment is enough to tell that this lad's talent is indeed extraordinary. No one outside the valley knew that the methods displayed by Su Zimo were merely the tip of the iceberg. Or rather, it could not even be considered as the tip of the iceberg. What a pity. Heaven Immortal White, shook his head and chuckled. that person will still be eliminated. Why? Heaven Immortal Green, Peak asked. Look, who's that? Heaven Immortal White, C pointed at a figure not far away from Sue Zimmo on the water barrier. Everyone looked and saw that the figure was dressed in red martial arts attire. She wore red cloud boots and rode on a sword. The ponytail behind her head fluttered slightly. It was one of the strongest Earth Immortals in the Immortal Sex Selection this time round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently with a look of pity. This person's luck is bad. Right after he got out of the encirclement of those wolves, he's now targeted by Scarlet Rainbow. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled. After more than half a year of observation among the remaining Earth Immortals, Princess Scarlet Rainbow is number 1 in terms of movement, technique, speed. No matter how fast this person is, he can't compare to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. We'll be able to watch a good show of cat and mouse soon. Coiling Dragon Valley. A long time after Lai Feng and the others left, the ant that Sue Zimmo transformed into reverted to his human form and revealed his sickly young man appearance. At the same time, Sue Zimmo's heart skipped a beat as he looked in another direction. A red light was speeding over from the other side and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. It paused in midair and looked down at Sue Zimmo. Sue Zimmo frowned slightly. Earlier on, he sensed that someone was spying in the vicinity as well. Because it was only a single person, he was not bothered and was prepared to snatch the person's coiling dragon badges. However, he had not expected that this was one of the strongest Earth Immortals in the valley, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was a grade 9 Earth Immortal. Even if she could not compare to Yun Ting, her talent and combat strength would not be bad. Furthermore, there was a difference of 3 cultivation realms between them. If they were to fight, it would be troublesome and he would have to expose too much. Just as Sue Zimmo was pondering, Princess Scarlet Rainbow suddenly laughed. You sure are bold. A grade 6 Earth Immortal dares to take part in the Immortal Sex Selection and even transformed into a little bug to avoid a calamity. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had witnessed everything earlier on. The reason why Lai Feng and the others left so quickly was because they sensed her existence. Hand your coiling dragon badges to me, and I won't hurt you. Princess Scarlet Rainbow chuckled. You look sickly. If I attack casually, you might die. Expressionlessly, Sue Zimmo cupped his fists. Pardon me for not complying. With that said, Sue Zimmo did not waste his breath and turned to flee, releasing boundless golden light, heavenly feet, ethereal wings, zephyr thunder wings, and many other divine powers and secret skills. He pushed his speed to its limits right away. Princess Scarlet Rainbow, could not help but laugh. Interesting. To think that you want to compete in speed with me. If I can let you escape, I'll be damned. As she said that, Princess Scarlet Rainbow rode on her flying sword and transformed into a scarlet streak of light, chasing after Sue Zimmo. Princess Scarlet Rainbow Long had enough coiling dragon badges. After spending more than half a year in the valley, she was already getting tired of killing. Now that a puny grade 6 Earth Immortal wanted to compete in movement techniques with her, she felt that it was extremely interesting. The corners of Princess Scarlet Rainbow's mouth curled up slightly as she revealed a smile. A mocking look flashed through her eyes as she decided to have fun with this puny grade 6 Earth Immortal. Chapter 2112. 2112 Sudden Speed Burst. 2112 Sudden Speed Burst. Sue Zimmo channeled his essence spirit and sprinted with the help of many divine powers and secret skills. He was a grade 6 Earth Immortal. However, with the augmentation of boundless golden light, heavenly feet, ethereal wings, and zephyr thunder wings, the speed released was something that even most grade 9 Earth Immortals could not catch up to. Yet, after a while, Sue Zimmo realized that he could not shake off Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's figure was almost one with the flying sword beneath her feet. Speeding through the air, one could only see a streak of scarlet light flash at an astonishing speed. Even the many cultivators watching outside could easily lose track of Princess Scarlet Rainbow if they were careless. When Suzimo saw that he could not shake off Princess Scarlet Rainbow for the time being, he repeated the same trick. Channeling the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he transformed into a chickadee and mixed into a group of chickadees, traveling through the forest. Princess Scarlet Rainbow behind him seemed to have vanished as well. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Suzimo's mind. A shadow shrouded down from above, and a gigantic goshawk swooped down. Its gaze was sharp as a sword as it glared at Suzimo, who was among the chickadees, and grabbed down viciously. The surrounding chickadees dispersed in fright. Humph! Knowing that he was exposed, Suzimo reverted to his human form instantly and continued speeding into the distance. Princess Scarlet Rainbow, smiled gently and revealed herself, chasing after him once more. The two of them continued dueling. During this period of time, Suzimo made use of the Trinity Auspicious Jade to conjure various birds, beasts, flora, and insects. However, he could not escape the detection of Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow transformed as well and hunted Suzimo with all sorts of living beings. The complexity of the changes was dazzling. Although the chase and duel between the two of them did not take place head-on, it was even more exciting and dangerous to the outsiders. Many cultivators on coiling Dragon Mountain Range widened their eyes and held their breaths. Even so, many cultivators would often lose track of Suzimo and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. From time to time, shouts could be heard from the crowd asking for their location. Heaven Immortal Green, Pete clapped and laughed. This lad is truly unlucky to have met Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sure seems cheery. To think that she would play with this lad for so long. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his fan and smiled. Yang Ruaksu shook his head gently and said regrettably, "It's already not easy for this lad to achieve such a movement technique as a grade 6 Earth Immortal. Unfortunately, he's targeted by Princess Scarlet Rainbow." Within the valley, Suzimo realized that he had already been locked onto by Princess Scarlet Rainbow's aura. Even with the unpredictable Trinity, Auspicious Jade, he could not break free from her. Suzimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. Princess Scarlet Rainbow appeared and looked at Suzimo with a playful expression, smiling. "Puny grade 6 Earth Immortal, why aren't you running anymore?" "Princess, why are you chasing after me?" Suzimo frowned. "I've just arrived in this valley, and I only have a single coiling dragon badge with me. It's totally insignificant to you." When Suzimo arrived at the valley, he was hunted down by Lai Feng's group before he did anything. Now that he was targeted by Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he could not help but look impatient, and his tone did not have much respect. "Humph." Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips slightly. "Puny grade 6 Earth Immortal, who do you think you're talking to? Let me tell you, I might not even be bothered to chase someone, even if they beg me to." "Is that so? I'm truly flattered," Suzimo said indifferently. Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved it off magnanimously. "Initially, I wanted to play with you and snatch your coiling dragon badge away. However, along the way, I saw that you are truly talented. All right, let me give you an opportunity. From this day forth, you'll follow me and be my lackey." No, a guard sounds better." "Of course, I won't mistreat you either. I'll help you get enough coiling dragon badges. After that, you'll join the same immortal sect as me and listen to me, understand?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow spoke to herself and even reminded Suzimo as though things had already panned out. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Suzimo said in a deep voice, "Princess, you're overestimating me. I'm eccentric and unruly, so I can't be someone's guard. Please find someone else." Having finished his words, Su Zimo left without even turning back. Swoosh! In a flash, Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived before Su Zimo and blocked his path. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow said seductively. "From the looks of it, you seem to have yet to recover from a serious illness. You definitely lack tonics. At that time, I'll help you look for some treasures in the palace to nourish your body. I'll definitely be able to nourish you until you're fair and chubby. Princess, if there's nothing else, don't stand in the way." Su Zimo's tone turned increasingly impatient. Humph. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that the soft approach did not work, she was a little angry as well. Grinding a pair of petite canine teeth, she threatened, "You really don't know what's good for you. You can't beat me, nor can you escape. Do you believe that I'll snatch your coiling dragon badge right now? Is that so?" Su Zimo cupped his fists and said indifferently, "Princess, farewell. We'll meet again if fate allows it." With that said, Su Zimo released many divine powers and secret skills once more and sped into the distance. Humph. Princess Scarlet Rainbow sneered, "You still want to escape?" Before her sentence was finished, Princess Scarlet Rainbow transformed into another streak of light and chased after Su Zimo. This time round, she did not want to continue playing. She used her full strength, and the distance between them closed slowly. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic golden wings grew behind Su Zimo. They shone brightly and were filled with a powerful divine power aura. Phew! The pair of golden wings flapped, creating a storm. Instantly, Su Zimo's speed increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot and transformed into a golden streak of light that tore through the air. The rock wings were one of Su Zimo's strongest trump cards, and he had not intended to expose them initially. However, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was truly troublesome to deal with. Su Zimo was unwilling to get entangled with her and released his innate divine power to flee far away. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was stunned, but she reacted quickly and released all her blood chi to chase. However, not long after, she lost track of Su Zimo completely. She had actually lost him. Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood in midair in a daze with a lost expression. For a moment, she could not accept the truth. What was going on? What happened earlier on? How did that little guard gain a sudden speed burst? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was puzzled. Initially, she thought that this was a game of cat and mouse. To think that the rat would suddenly grow wings and fly away. Even the crowd outside the valley was in an uproar, let alone Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was involved. Where is he? Where did he go? I don't know. He disappeared instantly. A commotion broke out. Even the eyes of the 4 heaven immortal experts in the skies lit up. This lad's movement technique is truly... Heaven Immortal White Sea hesitated. This movement technique could no longer be described as extraordinary. All right. Heaven Abyss nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on his cold face. Yang Ruoxu revealed a look of admiration as well. Even Heaven Immortal Green Peak, who threw Su Zimo into the crowd, had a change in attitude. Chapter 2113. 2113, who is this lad? 2113, who is this lad? He's only good at escaping. I don't think he's that capable. Lu Wenbin of Heaven and Earth Academy muttered at the back. Previously, he had a short conflict with Su Zimo and was embarrassed. Naturally, he disliked Su Zimo no matter what. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently and asked, "Isn't it impressive for someone at the level 6 Earth Essence realm to possess such a movement technique and even surpass Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Can you compare to him?" Yang Ruoxu's words had a hint of lecturing in them. In reality, he was telling Lu Wenbin to be humble and not be arrogant. Lu Wenbin was indignant, and his face flushed red as he argued. "Senior brother, you can't say that. What's the use of his movement technique, no matter how fast he is? This is the immortal sect selection, not a trial of movement technique. Back when I was selected to enter the academy, I relied on my own combat strength to fight my way out. Furthermore, the rules of the immortal sect selection are clear. One requires sufficient coiling dragon badges to become the final victors. Even if he can survive till the end with that movement technique, he won't be able to join the 4 immortal sects without the coiling dragon badges. Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled. Your junior brother isn't wrong. Yang Ruoxu remained silent. If the person in the valley could not obtain enough coiling dragon badges, the rules of the immortal sect selection could not be broken no matter how much he admired this talent. Within the valley, after a while, Princess Scarlet Rainbow gradually snapped out of her stupor and could not help but stomp her feet. Grinding her petite canine teeth, she said angrily, "Run then! There's only a month left. I don't believe that I won't be able to catch you in this valley." With that said, Princess Scarlet Rainbow left as well. On the other side, after Su Zimo broke free from the entanglement of Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he changed directions a few times before slowing down. His goal was to get his hands on coiling dragon badges. There was only a month left. That was enough time. This stage was unlike the initial stage of the immortal sect selection, where cultivators could be encountered everywhere and battles were fought constantly. Right now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 people left. Even if he searched everywhere, he might not find people. For example, some cultivators who had already obtained enough coiling dragon badges could choose to hide in a secluded spot out of caution and appear only when time was almost up. It was even more impossible to find cultivators as such. After circling the valley for almost half a day, Su Zimo finally encountered another cultivator. It was a lone cultivator, and his cultivation was at the level 7 Earth Essence realm. This time round, Su Zimo did not escape. This was the type of cultivator he was looking for. A lone target whose cultivation was not high. He could get rid of this person with ease and snatch his coiling dragon badges without having to expose too many methods. When the grade 7 Earth Immortal opposite saw Su Zimo, he suddenly became extremely nervous and wary. However, after checking Su Zimo's cultivation realm, he heaved a sigh of relief. To think that I would encounter a grade 6 Earth Immortal here. I'm truly lucky. The grade 7 Earth Immortal looked at Su Zimo calmly and pouted. Lad, hand over your coiling dragon badges, and I'll spare your life. All right, I'll spare your life, Su Zimo said as well. Before his sentence was finished, he had already charged over in a flash. The moment the word life was said, Su Zimo had already arrived before the grade 7 Earth Immortal. It was too fast. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. You. The grade 7 Earth Immortal was shocked and only had time to say a single word before his remaining words were blocked by the surging aura. Instantly, the grade 7 Earth Immortal had an illusion. It was not a grade 6 Earth Immortal that was charging over. Instead, it was a terrifying, ancient, ferocious beast that wanted to devour him in a single mouthful. The ancient, ferocious beast extended its menacing claws and grabbed down at him. At that moment, it was already too late to condense divine powers and immortal arts. He did not even have time to take out the dermic treasures in his storage bag. The grade 7 Earth Immortal could only raise his arm instinctively to defend. Bang! Su Zimo's palm landed on the person's arms. Crack! Right on the heels of that, the sound of bones cracking echoed. The person's arms were snapped by Su Zimo's palm, and a tremendous force broke through the obstruction of his arms, landing on his chest and sending him flying dozens of feet away. As the grade 7 Earth Immortal was sent flying, Su Zimo followed him closely behind with a cold gaze. Initially, this person wanted to consume some elixir pills to stabilize his injuries before escaping from this place. However, he was scared out of his wits when he met with Su Zimo's gaze. He hurriedly took out his coiling dragon badge and activated the protective barrier on it, allowing himself to be dragged out of the valley by the vortex of the water barrier. After that person left, his storage bag with the coiling dragon badges landed in the valley and exploded. Dozens of coiling dragon badges fell out and floated in midair. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and put away the dozens of coiling dragon badges. With an unchanged expression, he turned to leave. Given his capabilities, it was naturally extremely easy for him to kill that person earlier on and snatch the coiling dragon badges. However, the two of them met by chance and had no grudges. Su Zimo was not someone who killed indiscriminately. If he took someone's life just for the sake of the immortal sect selection, he would be no different from those bloodthirsty people in the 10 absolute hell. He won just like that. Isn't that way too easy? That grade 7 Earth immortal was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost the initiative. If you say that this person is unlucky, it's true. He was surrounded by Lai Feng and the others and encountered Princess Scarlet Rainbow. However, if you want to say that he's lucky, it's true as well. To think that he would encounter one of the few remaining grade 7 Earth immortals in the valley. He only obtained dozens of coiling dragon badges. He's still far from 1,800. As time passed, the rough candidates were already decided and there were not many variables. Therefore, many cultivators focused their attention on Su Zimo. They wanted to see how much longer this grade 6 Earth immortal could last. Soft. Heaven Abyss did not say much and merely said a single word. However, Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others understood what he meant. He was referring to being soft-hearted. This person was not tough, decisive, or ruthless enough. In the mortal world, this was naturally a good quality. However, in the cultivation world, it was easy for unnecessary trouble to arise if one was soft-hearted. Yang Ruoxu shook his head. Not really. He leaves a way out and doesn't kill everyone. At the very least, he won't sow too many grudges with others or make strong foes. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "Let's continue watching. As time passes, it will become increasingly difficult for this lad to obtain coiling dragon badges. The remaining grade 7 Earth Immortals are decreasing. He will definitely have to face grade 8 or even grade 9 Earth Immortals." Suddenly young Ruoxo asked, "Who is this lad?" Everyone was at a loss. Some cultivators asked around, but no one knew his name. At that moment, everyone in the coiling Dragon Mountain range had yet to realize what sort of a person the seemingly sickly young man they threw into the valley was. Before long, everyone's impression of this young man would be completely overturned.